And we are live. NashvilleLou Live is on the air. June 22nd, 2023. We're going to have a lot of fun today here playing Warsaken Blitz live on stream. You can enter the queue now. I recommend if you're wanting to play in the next little bit of time, go ahead and do that now. Exclamation point join. Type that in chat and you go ahead and enter the queue. Plenty to talk about. Really happy with how things went with the Blue Mint tournaments on Tuesday. Managed to find a way, impromptu style, to keep track of it all. And in that late contest, it was Moonbaz Marty winning the tournament. It was a really cool shot, seeing the legitimate happiness on Moonbaz Marty's face after he won that tournament. To me, that's the kind of legitimate positive emotion about a game. You can't buy that sort of thing. So I'm very, very happy that that was captured on video. And so congratulations, Moonbaz Marty, on that. We'll talk more about the tournament as this show progresses here. This will go, I anticipate, a long show today. How long is long? Well, we'll find out. First, let's take a look at the prize wheel. Oh, and I brought the wrong screen. Early production blunder. Let's hope I got that out of the way. I have the scenes properly labeled. I just misclicked. These things happen, unfortunately. Here's what I was looking for here. The Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we've got 5 booster packs on the wheel today. Many thanks to Coleman for sending those to me. I won too much on Tuesday. I'm going to have to, at some point, modify the format of this show because it makes me too much of an antagonist if I have success. Now, I don't win so much usually that it matters, but I'm typically giving away plenty of prizes, but that's where I found some weakness in that. So I've got ideas in mind, sticking with the normal format for today, but thinking ahead, ideas with that. So things are going great. Hello, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here. Went over, you're just in time, just got started here. So going over the 50 different spots here on the Warsaken prize wheel, 5 booster packs provided for me to give away. So hopefully we'll have some of those given away today. Most of the rest is from my own collection that I put up here. The loot pack, fewer and fewer of those sticking around. That's one from my own personal collection. It's up there, the Unreal Thermal. I've got the Sean IOP. I even put him over there. I forgot to take that part out. I keep notes of these things just so I make sure I know who. It doesn't really matter. Just for it's going to be too long for the wheel anyway, if you hadn't noticed. So there's not any confusion. There's not a special Sean IOP edition. Oh, that'd be pretty cool if there were. 3 epics up there. And for today, 5 ultra rares. And a wide variety of super rares. These are camos, talking about 1 out of 500 with super rares. And even with very rares, 1 out of 1,000. And some of those very rares look great. So even when it's like a quote-unquote, bad luck on the wheel, you're still getting something pretty cool. That's my hope with this, is that everybody that wins a spin on the wheel, they get something they'll be happy with. So, with that in mind, we'll get things started. This is my 3rd broadcast in as many days. Yesterday, it was the Blockchain Brawlers late tournament. There's the early and the late. I was in the late one, made the finals. Had a lot of fun with that. Provided coverage, had some live game play for the Warsaken Blitz late tournament on. I brought up the wrong screen again. Hi. There we go. Okay. All right, so. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to make the finals of that tournament. I caught a break. My second round opponent had real life stuff. He had to put his kids to bed, and it was going to be too much time, and so he had to, unfortunately, withdraw from the tournament. But I faced some strong competition, felt good about it. All right, so let's see. So, Rexy, you're up first here. Let me see. There are still some challenges with this particular setup as far as making sure I don't want to overlook anything that was said by anybody, so if I miss it, it's not done intentionally. So Rexy, if you have a room code, that would be great. I'll go ahead and get that typed in. We'll get started. And the way it works, it's very simple with this show format, the way it is now. And just I play one person at a time in Warsaken Blitz. If I win, it's a good game. If they win, get a win. Spin on the prize wheel. That Warsaken prize wheel I just showed off. Let me go ahead and type here. Do you have a code? Thank you. All right. So Rexy provided the code. I'm going to get that type in. We'll get things started. Do have to turn up that audio input capture level a bit with Warsaken compared to how I had it set for the Blockchain Brawlers tournament yesterday. Okay, I'm happy with this. Got a pair of matching cards, only one building card. If you have more than one building card, there's some risk to it just because that can clog up space early, so I'll keep it. There's risk in taking a mulligan. So the way it works in Warsaken Blitz, you each have, it's a simplified version of Warsaken is what Blitz is. You each start with a leader, 4 territories, and then 60 cards in your deck. Your deck is known as your arsenal in this game. Players take turns rolling a die. When you roll a die, you get that many cards and that many actions. So I've got 5 actions to take. Each play of a card is an action. You need 3 of a kind of a card to activate it in the war zone. So I'm going to play a pair of Fire in the Fields. You've got 4 spots in your war zone in total. But if it's of the same card, you can stack them up, which works out pretty well. Play a pair of Cheetah Z series force cards. So pair of weather cards, pair of force cards, 1 action to go still for this turn. I'm going to hold off on the WMD and I'll play Private Sarah Vet. That's my opponent's turn. It's a 3. Pair of force cards for Rexy. 1 action to go for this turn. My turn. 3. All right, so I can play that 3rd Fire in the Fields. Remember, I played those first 2 just a moment ago. Here's the 3rd. Now, you do have the option of getting 3 actions in this current turn, but usually you'll take the +1 turn. That's what I'm going to take here. We'll get to that in a moment. 2 actions to go still for this turn. So I'll play that 2nd Private Sarah Vet. 2 sets of 2 as far as force cards in my war zone. I still have that extra turn to go. 1 action for this turn. I'll play Soldier Barracks. Building card. With Warsaken Blitz, the category is what matters when it comes to the cards in your arsenal. 1. Well, I'll play the 2nd Soldier Barracks and that'll end my turn. There are 3 ways you can have your leader compromised in Warsaken Blitz. You can have all of your territories eliminated. You can have your arsenal, your deck, hit 0 cards, or your morale can hit 0. Those are the 3 ways. Once that happens, all you need is 3 of a kind of a force to take out your opponent's compromised leader. You can win the match that way. So a pullback there for my opponent. 2 sets of 2 with the force cards, and then a duo of intel cards. That's it for this turn. My turn. 5. Okay, well, I'll be able to play the 3 of a kind Blinding Sandstorm cards. That's why I always try to keep that 4th spot open in my war zone if I can help it. Making way for when things like this happen. I'll take the extra turn. We'll get to that after I use these final 2 actions. But because I don't have anything to make 3 of a kind, I still want to keep that 4th spot open. I'm going to forego those final 2 actions in my turn, and I'll take the extra turn. Here's the extra turn. 6. That's going to pay off for me pretty well. Although not the way it would have necessarily looked. So I didn't have anything to match up with what's out there in my war zone, but I can play 3 of a kind intel, control the message. You have 3 options here. You can mill 6. Take 6 cards from your opponent's arsenal, send them to the discard pile. You can force your opponent to discard 3. If you're going to make that choice, do it early, though. The earlier, the better. But instead, clear play here is bouncing 3. I'm going to take 1 of each of the 3 pair out there from my opponent and send it to the discard pile. The L1 Needle.
Select target.
Dispatched Agent.
Select target.
And the Triton 1 Ironside. So 3 actions to go for this turn. I'll play the trio of A9 Hammerheads. That's a force that'll take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Benkare Island. Eliminated. So that's it for my turn. It's now Rexy's turn. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. So a different broadcast today, more of the typical for me as far as just player versus player matches. Had live coverage 2 days ago of the Warsaken Blitz tournament over on Blue Mint, and then participated in and covered the Blockchain Brawlers evening tournament, evening U.S. time yesterday, that I finished second in, so that was a lot of fun. So a pair of building cards out there for my opponent. Once you use an intel and go after somebody's war zone, you can cause some problems. I rolled a 1, so nothing to make 3 of a kind, nothing to certainly warrant filling that 4th spot in my war zone. So I'll end the turn, not use that action, and we'll go back over to Rexy. Well, it's a 5 for Rexy. If Rexy's able to make 3 of a kind with a building card, I'll be able to bring back those 3 cards that I was able to send to the discard pile with intel. So that might be an option, but we'll see what happens. Nope, that's a WMD. That's going to take out 2 of my territories. Remember, in Warsaken Blitz, you can only play 1 WMD per match. Now, a WMD won't attack an opposing compromised leader. So there are some checks and balances, even for a setup as powerful as the WMD. So I'm down to 2 territories, 2 actions to go here for Rexy for this turn. Why does it say queue is closed? The queue is not closed. I'm sorry. This is where I've got... Queue is open. The problem is I've just got to find a way to where I can change it once and it'll do it for all of them. That doesn't mean me having to like rename the file over and over. It sounds like that's a viable option. Anyway, I'm worrying about OBS Studio. Rexy's got a pair of building cards, pair of force cards out there. My turn. 5. All right. So I can play the Cheetah Z series. That'll be 3 of a kind, force. Take out a 2nd territory for my opponent.
Select target.
Port of Carmasani. Four actions to go for this turn. I can play the soldier barracks potentially. But... okay, let's think about this. I think the better play is to go with the intel here. Those 2 of a kinds out there on the board. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Resource silo.
Select target.
The GR0 Edge.
Select target.
Let's take out both building cards. 1 action to go here for this turn for me. Soldier barracks. I'll return 3 to my hand. So I brought back the hammerheads. That's it for my turn. 3. So to enter the queue, just type !join in chat. Two actions to go here for Rexy. Got 2 of a kind with that force sitting out there. Pull back of that intel card. And then a separate intel card is played. My turn. 1. Well, I have room up there in my... I'm actually going to play the Jack's Nash here. No. I'm overthinking it. Play the hammerhead. That's it for my turn. One. So my opponent rolls a 1. So a matching intel card. That's 2 of a kind intel out there. My turn. 5. All right. I'm going to win the match right here. I've got Private Sarah Vet already out there ×2, but first things first. You got to play that WMD first, take out those 2 territories. If I played the Sarah Vet first, it would ruin everything. Because I need my force card to take out a compromised leader. Vast Hinterland, Mount Up Tanya. Only 2 actions to go. Luckily, I've got 2. Step on the voiceover guy. Play that 3rd Private Sarah Vet for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game. Good game, Rexy. I'll go ahead and type. Next. All right, so Ivanov007, if you could please provide me with a code, and we'll get things going here with our next match in Warsaken Blitz. This is NashvilleLou Live. Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern has proven to be a great time for playing Warsaken Blitz. I think it works out pretty well. It's not too late of a start time for people in Europe. People that work more normal hours than me in the U.S. Although, what that even means anymore as far as normal hours. But anyway, plenty of opportunity, plenty of people looking. Yes, of course, Rexy, feel free to go ahead and join back. Yes. I'll send a note there to Ivanov. Ready for a code if you have one. I'm very appreciative to how helpful everybody from the Atomic Hub side with Wax and, of course, Blue Mint as well. As far as helping me out with these tournaments and the broadcasts, a lot of this is more impromptu than I'm used to, certainly from the world of television. Like, if I go into a broadcast, I normally have a rundown and have an idea of break times and stuff. With the sports broadcast, I'm in control. I'm usually producing myself. You get to a higher level, you can have people telling you what to do, but that has its own pluses and minuses. All right, so Ivanov, if you're not there, we might have to skip you. I don't know if you're there at the moment, but... All right, last call there, Ivanov. We'll have to go on to the next. Okay, well, Ivanov, if you can go ahead and rejoin the queue if you come back. We'll go on to our next opponent then. Tissues 101. If you could please provide a code. The way that the formats worked for me here with Warsaken, Blitz, and NashvilleLou Live. Thank you. Lousaken. With the apostrophe. I like it. Thank you. It's very nice as far as from a pacing standpoint. It allows you to be very conversational.
Warsaken.
There's a great community with Warsaken. I try to make it worth people's while as far as having prizes on the prize wheel that I'd like to win if I were on the other side of it. So here we go. I really like this. Just one building card, 2 sets of 2. I don't like there's only 1 force, but that's okay. It's not nothing earth-shattering. I'll keep it. So again, you start with 60 cards in your arsenal, which is what your deck is called in Warsaken. And you get 8 cards. Your opponent picks 8 cards, and one of you gets to roll first. In this case, it's me. 5. I just realized I wasn't keeping track of my matches from today, so that's... Give me just one moment, please. If I don't do this now, then I risk forgetting later, and then it becomes exponentially more difficult. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Okay. I'm doing better once I get my cards played here. But nothing in my war zones. And nothing to make 3 of a kind either. So on a variety of options, it doesn't matter which weather pair I go with here because they do the same thing in Blitz. That's one of the great things with Blitz. It's a simplified version of Warsaken. You don't have to learn what every card does right away. There are a lot of cards. Some great designs as well. 3 actions to go for this turn. I could go with 2 sets of 2 with the weather out there. Instead, I'll go with a pair of weather cards and then a pair of intel cards. Stolen blueprints. 1 action to go, and I will go ahead and play one of the tsunamis, and that will end my turn. Six. I tell you, once you get used to not having a delay with your broadcasts, it does change things when you go back to having one like I had, because you really have to for blockchain brawlers. 90 seconds and they're good. So a pair of intel cards, a pair of weather cards for my opponent. 2 actions to go here. And a pair of intel cards, so 2 sets of 2 intel. A lot of intel out there. My turn. 1. Well, play a tsunami card, and that'll end my turn. So 3 of a kind weather. That means an extra turn for my opponent. We'll get that right now. 5. Three sets of 2 of the intel out there. You can really, really flummox some opponents. 4 sets of 2 intel. Oh my goodness. Making a statement. Wow. 6. All right. Play the tsunami. Actually, it's better to always bring your hand down, I find, at least when I'm playing, to explain to people what I'm doing and why. So I've got 1 spot open in my war zone, but that doesn't matter as much for right now. 6 actions to go for this turn. I'll play my tsunami to make 3 of a kind. Take the extra turn. That'll come in a moment. 2 spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of Sergeant Vladimir Orlovs. I'm not going to use any of the remaining 3 actions. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open in the turn, extra turn. Let's see what I roll here. 3. Wow, all that and nothing to make 3 of a kind. And despite having all that intel, knowing that's out there vulnerable, I mean, I'm going to get hit with something. And I don't have anything to make 3 of a kind at the moment, so end the turn. A lot of intel out there. Now, it could be, instead of an attack on my arsenal, I could get milled. It depends on what the approach is here for tissues. Tough one there for tissues, rolling a 1. Nothing to make 3 of a kind, I presume. 2. Yikes. So I'll end my turn there. My opponent's turn. Bit of an unusual match here, but there's a 5. Some of those 2 of a kinds are about to turn to 3 of a kind, so we'll see what the approach is. It could be an attack on my arsenal. It could be an attack on my war zone. It could be a mix of both. Nothing. Wow. I've been there. I've been on the other side of that. Although that could be a tactical decision. It's hard to know. Because right now I'm not sure what the approach is going to be as far as war zone versus arsenal. There's a 6. All right, well. Now some intel fun here in a moment. Since I already have the 2 of a kind weather out there, great chance to go ahead and play that 3rd. Ideal conditions, that'll give me an extra turn. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Stolen blueprints. Gonna bounce 3 from my opponent's war zone.
Select target. Select target.
War on intel.
Select target.
Boom, boom, boom. We'll take out those 3. For now, it's still 2 of a kind with the successful mole hunt. Now, while I could go intel here, I actually think it's better not to. Pair of XTTs, 2 actions to go for this turn. Pair of Z27 Tigers. Extra turn. 6. I've got a whole lot of force card options. Nothing as far as WMD, unfortunately. But you can't wait forever. I mean, maybe it'll show up and maybe it won't for that 3rd for that. So that's part of it. But my opponent still has all 4 territories, so there's no need to necessarily get overly ambitious with that. Let's do this. No, let's do the proper order. Take a look what's out there. 3 sets of 2 for me. Play the XTT to make 3 of a kind.
Select target.
This will allow me... Oh, Ivanov, you got skipped, buddy. Sorry. Just now seeing... I wrote that in chat. Port of Carmasani. 3 territories to go for my opponent. 5 actions to go for this turn for me. Play that 3rd, Sergeant Vladimir Orlov.
Select target.
Four actions to go here. And while I could play with the Tigers instead, I'm going to use the assassination attempts. Gives me an extra turn to maybe catch a WMD and then really do something, but the intel will be valuable here. Bouncing 3.
Select target.
Successful mole hunt.
Select target.
We'll bounce
Select target.
a couple of these one-offs as well. One action to go for this turn. So I could play the Tiger, but I won't. At this point. Instead, I'll actually play a building card. It's a little tough to read, but it's the Jackal Air Base. That's it for my turn. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Delvison. Thank you. Been in broadcasting for a long time. I really enjoy it. I enjoy the fact that I can, from home, broadcast to the world. And I've noted this quite a bit recently. The novelty has never worn off on this for me, and I doubt that it ever will, too. Okay, well, I can't just keep waiting for a WMD to show up, so instead we'll play that Tiger.
Select target.
I only had to play one there since I already had 2 on the board. We'll take care of Mount Up Tanya. One action to go for this turn. Would play that second building card, that Jackal Air Base. And I remember I was saying before with those very rares out of 1,000, how those, I know they're not as necessarily scarce, but some of those cards look beautiful. And aside from the name being a little bit tough to read, but you can see it with reflection. That's a static image of an airplane taking off from an air base in the desert. As much as that might seem like a very mundane concept, they make it pop here. And that's even on just the 1,000 level. One of the little details that I love about this game. The artwork's fantastic. It's my opponent's turn. Now, it's not lost on me that I've got 21 cards remaining in my arsenal. If that hits 0, if my arsenal gets to 0 cards, at that point we'll have a compromised leader. So I could potentially not have any of my territories taken out and still lose. It's a viable way of playing the game. Although it really does make some people angry. Not me, though, but I've seen on the stream people gotten... because it can be frustrating. I understand that. Okay, I'm going to win it right here. I'll play the 3-of-a-kind WMD. And with 6 actions, I'll play 3-of-a-kind with any one of my forces. You got to go in the right order. So I could have not used that force to take out the 3rd territory from my opponent, since that would be redundant now that I have the WMD, but I didn't know this was going to show up. Sometimes that WMD never shows up, that 3rd one.
Select target.
In this case, it worked out for me. I'm going to take out the vast hinterland. 3 actions to go. Yeah, you got some tough RNG there, Tissues, with the die rolls, no doubt. There's my pump. That's not the right way to do it. You don't just pull up his photo to take him out. You send Igor Bach for the win.
Select target.
You're getting taken down by an electrical engineer, buddy. Yeah, good game, Tissues. You had tough luck there with that, as far as the RNG went. So I noted there, Ivanov, I appreciate you sending me the code, but we'd already moved to the next spot there. I had to move on with the queue. I've got the code right now to go ahead. This will be taking on Musical Man 00. This will be the last match before I take about a 5-minute break. I'll work those in about once an hour. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live.
Warsaken.
The way it works here, I play people one at a time. They beat me to get a spin on the prize wheel. Now that works for me. Only 1 building card, 3-of-a-kind, keep. So I'll wait for my opponent to decide. My opponent gets to go first. It randomly decides who goes first between you and your opponent in Warsaken Blitz. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ivanov, yeah. And if you want to rejoin the queue, you can. I'm sorry. I wish there was it wasn't like that, but it's tough because I have to keep it going. I've got to, if somebody's not there at the top, I have to go on to the next one. I'm sorry. So a pair of force cards there for my opponent. 3-of-a-kind for me, so I can play all 3 of my favorite card, I think, in the entire set 1. A4 Revenge Super Carrier. What a card. What a concept. What a weapon.
Select target.
Thank you for understanding. I appreciate that. Okay. Fermi Energy Plants. So the force, 3 of a kind, takes out one of my opponent's territories. Three of a kind there for Musical Man. Now I'm down to 3 territories. My turn. 4. Okay. So nothing by War Zone, nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'll go with a pair of Violent Tornadoes. 2 actions to go for this turn. That's a weather card. Now this is a cool looking card. Boom, big blast, time detonation. It's an intel. I mean, it looks like an attack, but it's intel. That's it for my turn. So it's a roll of 2 for Musical Man. That's it for the turn. Okay. My turn. 3. Okay. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'll likely only use 2 of these 3 actions in this turn. It's just a matter of what I put out there. I've got an intel. I've got a weather. We'll play a pair of Z-27 Tigers, force cards. But I could have picked the Romans prototype and it would have had the same purpose. 1 action to go for this turn, but I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end my turn. And to be clear, there's not one, per se, right way to play this game. Some people fill all 4 spots. Because you can always pull back if you need to, so that is an option. A pair of force cards, so 2 sets of 2 with forces, then a standalone force for Musical Man. My turn. 4. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. So while it's tough to have 4 actions and not use any of them, that's exactly how this is going to play out. End turn. Roll a 5 for my opponent. So we each have 3 territories. Pair of WMDs, 3 actions to go for this turn. And then a pullback there of that force card to open up a 4th spot in the war zone. More force out there, a pair of the force cards, the robot dog with lasers. My turn. 2. Oh my goodness. Alright, so some really bad RNG as far as not getting any 3 of a kind. End turn. And as noted, you only have 4 slots available in your war zone. And so if you want to play after that a card out, there's 3 of a kind WMD. If you want to do that, you have to pull something back. And that takes actions to do. So. WMD takes out 2 of my territories. I'm down to 1 territory. 2 actions to go for this turn. I could potentially lose right here if there are 2 sets of 3 out there with the existing force cards of the war zone. That would be just enough, but we'll see. And then a pullback of the robot dog. Just 1 out there. Lone wolf. My turn. 3. Okay. Well, you see why I keep that 4th spot open. The argument to be made in this case, like, if I had something else out there, I wouldn't have enough actions to take it all back and play all 3 of the Romans prototypes. So we'll play all 3 of the Romans prototypes.
Select target.
I'm in a really tough spot here, but at least I'll be able to have my opponent down to 2 territories. I might not get another roll the die. Roll of 4. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Becoming every Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern time thing. Now, I can't promise that time slot's going to last indefinitely because sometimes there are high school sports that take place on Thursdays. But absent any sort of bookings like that, well, there's 3 of a kind. I'm worried about tomorrow's bookings. Today, losing the match. That'll do it. All right, congratulations. Musical Man, victorious. And that gives us a chance now to go over to the Warsaken prize wheel. So we'll get to check that out. So let's see. Musical Man. Is the S4 SSM WAM, is that the one that you wanted to go to? I have that. One nice thing, I'm so appreciative of my regulars, my people that play a lot against me, and that I'm able to keep track. Some of these I've got to fill in some empty spots in my list, but as far as knowing what the address is where people want those prizes to go. So yeah, all right. So good game on that. Let me go ahead and bring up the slate. We'll check out the prize wheel. Again, you can join the queue. Exclamation point, join in chat. I'll put you in the queue. It's 7 deep right now. Oh, I need to go ahead. I didn't hit next yet. I'll make room for you there. Musical Man, you can go ahead and get back in. So Lucido Burrito and him on the other side of the break will be ready for our matchup. We'll have a break after this. So nice thing here, this Warsaken prize wheel presented by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. Looking at the prize wheel, look at this. 5 booster packs. Many thanks to Coleman for sending these to me to give away. The loot pack for my own collection. From Sean IOP, that Unreal, that Thermal Ash, Successful Mole Hunt number 5. The Epics, 3 of those. 5 ultra rares, a whole lot of super rares, and then 10 very rares. So hopefully something you'll like here, Musical Man. So let me give this several shuffles here. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, super rare Golden Farmlands, number 430. Congratulations. So I'm going to go ahead and send that over to you right now, and then we'll pull up on stream. I really like this element of it, as much as it sometimes frustrates me as from a broadcasting standpoint of not wanting to run into too many choke points. It really is a positive way to spotlight some of the great artwork in this game. It's not at all a stretch for me to praise this stuff because it looks fantastic. Like attention to detail, the quality of it. All right, so I'll get this transfer going here. That's a NashvilleLou Live prize, putting today's date. Double checking. Always got to double check these things. You can't undo it once you send it. No takebacks. So I got that checked out. Go ahead and get that sent on over. We'll be ready on the other side of the break. But before the break, I'm going to show off the prize. Let everybody see what Musical Man won. We'll bring up the slate for a moment as I switch scenes. Okay, I've got to pull. I was doing it the wrong way. I was like, why isn't this working? Normally this is much faster. And the reason was because I went out of order in the way I did it. All right, there we go. Congratulations. The Golden Farmlands. Number 430, only 500 of these. It's a territory card. It's a great contrast. You've got very much the gold. I mean, they lived into it there. The Golden Farmlands. Tractors out there, and then boom, the camo hits you with the contrast. So Cool look with that. Congratulations, Musical Man. That is yours. I'm going to bring this slate up for a moment. I'm going to bring up the Be Right Back screen. I'll take about a 5-minute break. On the other side of that, Lucida Burrito, I know you've already sent me the code. Thank you. We'll get matched up on the other side of this break and then get things going again with more action. Player versus player. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Oh, and I was using the wrong mouse. No wonder that wasn't going so smoothly for me. So you can see the queue. Be Right Back screen. Back in a few minutes, more Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from the break. We'll have our next matchup here in just a second. Taking on Lucida Burrito. If you'd like to enter the queue, ! join. Type that in chat. And if you beat me in Warsaken Blitz here on stream, get a spin on the prize wheel. So we'll see how things go here for Lucida Burrito against me. Here's my camo Ziana deck.
Warsaken.
There are a lot of little details that I love about this. Like the background image that was up there just for a moment ago. It was like this wide shot, and it had color to it. They managed to give pop and feeling to these cards without taking away the very serious nature of what this is about. It's about war. So let's see. 2 sets of 2 as far as, 2 of WMDs, 1 building. I'll keep it. It's so risky. If you take a mulligan, it's such a risk. My opponent rolls a 5. Three of a kind force. So the 3 of a kind force takes out one of my territories. I'm down to 3. Standalone force card and weather to end my opponent's turn. My turn. 3. Play the pair of specialist Chloe Moores. I've only very recently picked up the specialist Chloe Moore card, so I've only used her in a couple of games thus far. 1 action to go for this turn. And one downside to using an all camo deck is that it gives you often at a glance a misleadingly positive view of what you have in your hand. Oh, this has to match. These all look alike. And no. Only that matches my WMD. I don't want to put that out there. But I will go ahead and play a weather card. I'll play the ideal conditions. And that'll end my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. So 1 action to go here for my opponent. All right, my turn. 1. Okay, well, I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a clever hijack. That's an intel card. My opponent's turn. My opponent has 2 sets of 2 with force cards, and then a standalone weather card with 3 actions to go for this turn. Then that 4th spot, a force card, 2 of a kind, 1 action to go for this turn. And that's it for my turn. My turn! 6! Okay, let's see what we have here. Well, at least I've got 3 of a kind with specialist Chloe Moore, so I'll take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Now, how do you pronounce that when it has the little thing over the E there? It sounds like I would be guessing. I don't know if that's Pomey. Orchards. The orchards are getting hit. Five actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play that second clever hijack. Play a pair of building cards here. No, actually I won't. Play the force cards, pair of selfless heroes. I don't normally play it this way, but I will. Normally I wouldn't do this if I didn't have 3 of a kind to fill that 4th spot, but I've got a standalone weather I can pull back. So I'm going to try playing a little differently. With it like this, they'll end my turn. This is nothing drastic, it's just a slightly different approach. My opponent rolls a 3. This is Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. It's a lot of fun to play live on stream. 3 of a kind intel, so let's see what gets targeted. I'm guessing 1 each of the 2 of a kinds. Yep. Okay. 2 actions to go for my opponent's turn. This is another problem if you have 4 of a kind, not 4 of a kind, 4 different cards all filling up your war zone slots. And some of your 2 of a kinds get cut down to 1, and you have to do some maneuvering on the fly. 1. We'll retrieve the underwater mines, and that'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 1. We each have 3 territories, at least for the moment. My turn. 5. Okay. We'll use the hyper defense barrier, the building cards here. I'm going to return 3 to my hand, but it's not necessarily... Normally you might think, oh, I'll get to bring back the 1 each that got sent there, but I don't have anything to make 3 of a kind with those. Meanwhile, I've got 3 Chloe sitting right here. So stand by. I've got to check something in my doorbell. 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Alright, so I'll play a second ideal conditions card. I had a delivery that was not supposed to arrive that early. Got surprised. Oh, let's see. That 2 intel out there worries me to put a 3 of a kind in partial form on the board, so I'm going to end the turn. It's a 6. One thing that I like about broadcasting at night, local time, is that there's fewer instances of the pesky real-life stuff coming in the way. Now it's my opponent's turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. Pair of building cards. 4 sets of 2 out there. There's 3 of a kind force. A nice looking card there. Strike Fighter. Those gold cards look fantastic. So 2 actions to go here for my opponent in this turn. Two of a kind weather cards. 4 sets of 2 opposite me. 3. Well, always stop and think for a moment. Well, be a great time to play a intel trio, but that's not what I have. But Specialist Chloe Moore will take out a territory, put my opponent down to 2 territories.
Select target.
Buxton Coal Plants. That's it for my turn. It's my opponent's turn. A 1. I agree, Musical Man. I mean, some cards obviously will look better than others, and depends sometimes on the effect on it as far as how they look, but the artwork is top notch. That's what first drew me to this. I'm down to 1 territory now. It's my turn. 2. Alright, well, I'll be able to play a 3rd Ideal Conditions card. That'll give me an extra turn. One action to go for this turn. I will play a 2nd Selfless Hero. Extra turn. 5. 2 sets of 2 of the WMDs. But nothing that I can use to... Let's see. See, in this spot, you can't really just wait for a WMD to show up. Got 5 actions. Play that Selfless Hero.
Select target.
Bandcare Island. So 4 actions to go for this turn. This will compromise my opponent's leader.
Select target.
The big risk of putting a WMD out there is having it targeted. Okay, so compromised leader for my opponent. So really at this point, you see they've darkened out the WMDs. They have no value for me at this point. Once you have a compromised leader, WMD does nothing to help you out. But this clever hijack might come in handy if I can find a third to match in the next turn. If there is a next turn, we'll see. That's it for my turn. My opponent has a compromised leader. I'm down to just one territory. My opponent rolled a 6. This could be it. So a weather card. 2 of a kind weather. A third would mean an extra turn. So an extra turn for my opponent with 3 actions still to go in this turn. There are building cards. 1 action to go here for my opponent. 4 sets of 2 out there. 3 of a kind building cards. So they're going to go. It'll be something that's a 3 of a kind. I haven't bounced any cards to my opponent's. You gotta think they're going for a force. But if sometimes we bounce like 1 of each out to somebody's discard pile, they bring them all back, they can really go on a roll. Luckily for me, it was just a roll of 1 here for my opponent. So my opponent has a compromised leader. I have 1 territory left. If that gets taken out, I'll have a compromised leader. So I need to get 3 of a kind with a force and at least 3 actions to play them. If I can get that in this next turn here, I have a chance to win. That's all I need, but will I get it? 1. I'll play a terrifying storm and that'll end my turn. Those are the breaks in Warsaken Blitz. So my opponent still has to take out a territory. I don't be completely like doom and gloom. And only a roll of 2. That roll of the die can have a big swing. But with a lot of already set up cards there in the war zone for my opponent, this still could end badly for me. Let's see. There's 2 of a kind with a force. A third would take out my last territory. It will. So it's my turn. Now I was in a spot where I didn't think I was going to get that last roll I had, let alone this one. So let's see. 5. Okay, I can do the weather cards. Well, luckily for me, I had the terrifying storm out there. We'll play this and get 2 more. Now I've got to think about it for a minute. Extra turn. For the moment, well, I can play the 3 intel cards over here, the brainwash trio. And we'll take 1 off the top of each as far as my opponent's war zone. No reason to go for an enemy discard milling at this point. My opponent's leader's already compromised. That'd be
Select target.
rather pointless. So instead, the smart move is to bounce 1 each of these.
Select target.
At least I think that's the smart move. We'll see.
Select target.
The extra turn. So that might not matter. If I roll a 3 or higher, give 3 of a kind force, I'll win it. And that'll be that. 6. Okay. I'll win it. But with a compromised leader, got the brakes on the roll. I have 4 drop ships. You'll have to play 3 of them. They're force cards.
Select target.
My opponent has a compromised leader. All right. Good game. Good game, Lucido Burrito. So I'll go ahead next in the queue. That was very close, Lucido. I thought you had me there. Like, I didn't think I was going to have those last 2 rolls that I got. That wasn't hyperbole. I legitimately didn't think that was going to go my way, so caught a break there with a roll. All right, so Tech, if you could please provide me with a room code, we'll get connected. And we'll get things going here. Having a blast playing Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I guess the positive side to that early delivery I had to go handle was that now I don't have to worry about when that might happen here in this hour, since I mean, it's Murphy's Law when it comes to that sort of thing. Anyway, there's the code, so we're going to have things going here with tech. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Is that a 0 and not an O? Did I do that wrong? There we go. I don't have the luxury of copy-paste the way my configuration is, so sometimes those zeros and O's get a little confusing, but it's not that difficult. Again, even this.
Warsaken.
I'll get just a glimpse of that shot there, but those kind of full screens, and I've got this playing on a large television that I use for my live streaming for the actual game part of it. Okay. Nothing matches. I like only having the one building card, but nothing matches. I love that that A9 hammer had the green one there. I really like that one, but this isn't a favorite color contest. Mulligan. Okay. Matching pair there. No building cards to get in the way early. Keep it. It seems I get to go first. I rolled a 1. I will play a blizzard. It's a weather card. It'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 2. Pair of weather cards. My turn. 6. Okay, this will work out. I just have the one blizzard card out there. Play 2 more to get 3 of a kind. This will give me an extra turn. Gave the echo effect there. 4 actions to go still for this turn. We'll play a pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. 2 more actions to go for this turn. And because I don't know what's going to match with my next roll, if I will in fact have anything to make 2 of a kind, I'm not going to put anything out there to end the turn with those 2 actions unused. And I'll take my extra turn now. 6. All right. Sometimes I talk about intel. If you're going to play intel to make your opponent, force your opponent to discard, do it early. Only 8 cards, so it's a tougher decision. So that's what's going to happen here. I have the option of bouncing the 2 cards in my opponent's war zone. You don't have to bounce 3. If there aren't 3 out there, obviously you can't. But in this case, this is much more fun. Although this tends to get go-away heat, like people that play Intel-heavy decks. I've had people get unhappy over that. It's a game, pal. Come on. A pair of A9 hammerheads. But like with most jokes, it stops being funny when it starts being you. Blinding Sandstorm. End turn. Now my opponent has the decision to make within those 8 cards, which 3 are going to the discard pile. And it lets you peek in there. You can see it. Okay, that secret mission was the first to get cut. Control the message. Sorry, budget. Gotta close the studio. Pair of intel cards sent out there, and then the freezing rainstorm. And this is allowed. It's part of the game. Be clear. Three of a kind weather, so an extra turn. With 3 actions still to go for this turn for my opponent. Pair of force cards. And a standalone force. Extra turn, roll of 2. 2 of a kind force, so 2 sets of 2 force cards in my opponent's war zone. My turn. 2. Well, I can play that second blinding sandstorm. I'll do that. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to forego that last action, and I'm going to end my turn. Sometimes I bring that up, though, about it is allowed to look in your opponent's discard. Like, well, it wouldn't let you if you weren't supposed to be able to, right? And I was reassured that yes. Three of a kind force. I'm going to take out one of my territories. So I'm down to 3 territories, 5 actions to go for my opponent. Pair of force cards. So 2 sets of 2 force cards out there in my opponent's war zone with 3 actions to go. So 2 sets of 2 with a force, a standalone intel, and it's my turn. 4. Alright. Well, I can play a fire in the fields. That'll make 3 of a kind. I'll get an extra turn that I'll get to here in a moment. There's the extra turn. Option that I chose there with 3 actions to go for this turn. Lucky me, 2 of a kind with the A9 hammerhead.
Select target.
Go after St. Purcell Harbor. Two actions to go for this turn. You'll notice that when territories get taken out, there's a certain amount of morale that gets dropped as well. I haven't been playing morale decks as much, but that's what when people are talking about morale and how territories affect it, and you see that number change, and I don't mention it, you wonder why. That's why. I know some of what I say might get a little repetitive, but a lot of this, to me, I want people to learn how easy it is to play Warsaken Blitz, how much fun it is to play this game. More people that are playing, the more people that might be in the queue to play me. I've had so much fun with this. So I rolled a 1. But nice silver lining with that 1, it makes 3 of a kind with a force. So again, to show what I have out there. 2 sets of 2. 2 Jacks Nash. And me as NashvilleLou, of course, is going to make use of Jacks Nash. Drighton oil fields. Alright, so that's it for my turn. Now it's my opponent's chance to roll the die. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Again, a big thank you to everybody over at Bluement, Atomic Hub, Wax, Warsaken, Blockchain Brawlers. The tournaments the last 2 days were a lot of fun. This is a bit less stressful. And this is even it's a great game, Warsaken Blitz is, where you can talk with people and be conversational. And if there's somebody I have to go talk to at the door right now, I can do that, and it's not going to ruin everything. And there's something to be said with that for a game, especially when you're live streaming. So, 2 of a kind out there already with the blinding sandstorm. Good chance here to play this third and get an extra turn. So +1 extra turn that I'll get here in a moment. A few options. My war zone's wide open. Play Private Sarah Vet. Extra turn. 6. Okay, I'm going to have my opponent with a compromised leader. 3 of a kind WMD. WMD, you can use that once per match in Warsaken Blitz. It takes out 2 of your opponent's territories.
Select target.
Golden Farmlands. Mount Uptania.
Compromised.
My opponent is a compromised leader. I don't have 3 of a kind force cards in my hand to make a play on this turn. I can play the second Private Sarah Yvette. Or I could go back and get a 3 of a kind force. I think I'll do that. So I'm playing triple building cards. If my arsenal were under attack, is my arsenal hit 0? At that point, I have a compromised leader. That's where your building card can really save you if you're getting your arsenal milled. Instead, I just want 3 of a kind with a force. Hammerhead. That's it for my turn. That's my opponent's turn. I have 3 territories left. My opponent's got a lot of firepower out there in that war zone. And it's a roll of 4. There's a pullback to make some space. 3 of a kind force, I'm guessing, indeed. That'll take out a second territory for me. But it's my turn. I just need to get 3 of a kind force to get the win. Let's see if I can do that here. 4. I'm going to win it right here. Oh, I already had it. I should... Selling the drama a bit. Already had the hammerheads. Just need to roll a 3. Got it, and that's going to be the match.
Select target.
Good game, Tech. Alright, good game. I caught some breaks there. Alright, so now I get to hit next to advance the queue. Natha! It was interesting last week. When I closed the queue, from that point until I ended the broadcast, it was more than 3 hours. And I'm greatly appreciative to everybody that stuck around. I know it's a long wait, but I want to make sure everybody got a fair shake as far as a chance to play. So Nath, if you're there, please give me a code. I'll give you the heads up if you would, please, because otherwise we will have to move on to the next opponent if you're not there. All right, Nath is there. Great. All right, so I've got the code from Natha, and we'll get things going here in just a moment.
Warsaken.
Okay. A few options on force. There's a lot of WMD. Just the one building card. That's... Let's see what happens. I'll keep it. Get to go first. That helps. 5. Okay. Play a pair of intel cards. Novel platform. See, the risk of taking this approach, I really don't want to put those WMDs out there right now. Also, I picked up a second building card, and until I have something in my discard pile, I can't play a building card. Deliberating the weathers. I'm not going to play any of these last 3 actions here. With nothing to make 2 of a kind, I'll end the turn. I mean, in hindsight, if you pull a WMD right away, it's great. But if you don't, kind of put yourself behind proverbial 8 ball. There's a 6. So a nice roll for Natha to start things off. Three of a kind force cards will take out one of my territories. I'll be down to 3. Three actions still to go here for this turn for Natha. Playing Warsaken Blitz live on Twitch, NashvilleLou live. I wonder we'll get to the point, or if we will get to the point of having somebody streaming, not the same person, but people literally streaming Warsaken Blitz around the clock. Like first run, really like legitimate live broadcast, not me just looping an 8-hour show from 5 weeks ago. Although I bet you that would draw more viewers than you'd think. There's a surprising amount of evergreen with this sort of format. Although this being more interactive, a lot lower tension as far as the gameplay. It's like people are going to seek it out and watch every minute, but it's fun to live stream and chat with people about it, especially people that like playing the game as well. Play a pair of freezing rainstorms, so a pair of weather cards, pair of intels. One action to go for this turn, play the XTT, and that will end my turn. So it ended up working out for me as far as getting some cards to finally make 2 of a kind with, but at this point my opponent has all 4 territories. I'm down to 3. But it's a roll of 1 for my opponent. My turn. 5. Okay, well that's 3 of a kind with the XTTs. The one sitting right there, so take out that rightmost territory.
Select a target.
St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminated. Okay, 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for this turn. Now I can play the building card. Well, this will work out. This is a cool looking card here. This amplified uplink facility. Again, to think of the challenge of an artist being told, okay, draw me an amplified uplink facility. Put it where it's next to a side of a mountain so it kind of blends in. And then make it look really cool. And still be serious. And they did all that, which is great. Yeah, I love the artwork in this game. So I'll return 3 to my hand, the 3 that I sent there after I played them, the XTT. Now I say, be careful. And when you do this in a game, your opponent's already seen you attack with that. Be careful about putting it out there like in partial form. I play 1 or 2 of those. That's an easy way to invite an intel attack if your opponent can put it together. Roll a 5 here for Natha. There's 2 of a kind with a force. 3 of a kind. That's going to take me down to 2 territories. Down to 2 territories. 3 actions to go for this turn for Natha. Pair of weather cards. 3 of a kind. That's going to be an extra turn for Natha. Let's see what this roll is. 3. Two of a kind with a force card. A pair of WMDs. Looming ominously. My turn. 1. Again, if I put that out there in partial form, it's going to put a big target on it. Although that's really not my big concern at this point, compared to what else is staring me down. I'll go ahead and play him. Or will I? Let's see. No. Play the ideal conditions. I've only got one. I'm talking about like multiple. Okay, let me think about this. Yeah, I'll play the ideal conditions. So a roll of 1 for Natha. But if that means a third WMD card to match the 2 out there with a white phosphorus bomb, I'll have a compromised leader. The WMD would take out my last 2 territories. So that's a weather card. My turn. 2. Okay, fine. XTTs. So my opponent has 2 of a kind with a WMD, 2 of a kind with a force, a standalone weather, roll of 5. This could be it. If that WMD takes out my last 2 territories, I might not get another roll to die. Natha might beat me here. Two of a kind weather. 3 of a kind would mean an extra turn. 4 actions remain for this turn for Natha. So I'll pull back of that Roman's Prototype Force card to open up a spot in the war zone with 3 actions to go for this turn. This is intel time, it is. 3 of a kind intel. What was I saying about that XTT, huh? I mean, I told you the risk behind it, and that's why if I would have not waited that extra turn, would have, could have, should have, I didn't. 6. Okay, let's see what I can do with this. Alright, well I can open up a spot in the war zone by playing 2 of the kind ideal conditions to match the 1 out there. They'll give me an extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Play the trio sergeants.
Select target.
Port of Carmasani. This turn, 1 action to go. Play the freezing rainstorm. 2 of a kind with the freezing rainstorms. Extra turn. Let's see. 4. This could get interesting. Okay. Well, a trio of assassination attempts. Gonna bounce 3, 1 of each.
Select target.
WMD. Look at that card. Oh.
Select target.
Sergeant Vladimir Orlov.
Select target.
Terrifying Storm. One action to go for this turn. I should play that second XTT. And that's going to end my turn. So we'll see how that intel affects my opponent here. It's a roll of 1. Two of a kind WMD. Glad I sent that third one packing with the intel card the prior turn. My turn, too. CX5. And that's going to my turn. Six. Uh-oh. I have 2 territories remaining. My opponent's got 2 of a kind WMD. I sent a third from that had been out there into the discard pile with an intel a couple of turns ago. I have 2 territories remaining. You gotta be kidding me. Well, you see what happens when you take risks like that. I can't believe you had a second intel off there, pal. That worked out well for you. My goodness. I didn't think that was going to be there. I did not think that was going to be. But that's the risk. That's the risk. That a lot of times people will hold back intel cards for that very reason. A little bit of subterfuge. Nath is a good player. My turn. 6. Okay. Well, all's well that ends well. Perhaps. And this turn it will be. I'm going to win. 3 of a kind WMD. Got the other. Did this one the hard way.
Select target.
Mount of Tanya. Vast Hinterland.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. I've already got the... Let's go ahead and end it with the XTT. It's only fitting the way this has gone. Some great plays there by Natha with those intels. Had me thinking I was on the way to a loss, but I'm able to get very lucky with that roll there. So I caught a break there at the end. Good game, Natha. All right, so good game, Natha. That was a hard fight. Again, great subterfuge. Like, I had to sit back for a minute. Okay, I didn't think this one through properly. I underestimated the potential of having that second intel. Something I don't think I've experienced anything quite like that. So it's good gameplay that I was able to overcome through a bit of luck there at the end. But we'll hit next in the queue. All right, Rexy, if you're here, please provide a code. This will be the last match of the hour before I take a break. My break's only about 5 minutes long. So Rexy's there. We'll get that code here in just a moment. And this is where I benefit from learning from playing against talented opponents. And okay, well, maybe there is something to be said for hiding back in those intels, making it look like maybe you don't have any in your deck. And then, when the time is right, spring them. All right, so I got the code there from Rexy. Thank you. So is that 0 dB or ODB like Wu-Tang? Dirt McGirt. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou live.
Warsaken.
So, taking on Rexy. This will be the last match, as I noted before. I take about a 5-minute break. And we'll be back with more. Okay, this is a definite mulligan candidate right here. Although it's 3 of a kind, which is interesting. But what good is 3 of a kind if you can't play it? You can bring back 3 things from an empty house. Mulligan. Okay, I don't like at least those match. I don't normally like having the 2 building cards. That's the double mulligan, that second mulligan. High risk. Let's keep what we have with this. I was just kidding. It was a 0, wasn't ODB. Got your money. Roll a 6. So a strong roll by Rexy to open up the match. Pair of weather cards, 4 actions to go. Pair of force cards. 2 actions to go for this turn for Rexy. Fire in the Field's weather card, and that will end it for the turn. My turn. 4. Okay. Play a pair of Private Sarah Vets. And I'll play a pair of Cheetah Z series. These are both force cards. So they do the exact same thing in Warsaken Blitz. And Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. It makes it much easier to learn the game, I've found at least, by learning how Blitz works. And the detail of this game goes well beyond the excellent artwork. Like, it says different things on the card if you look at it. I'll roll to 2. Well, you can see it right there, where one WMD is a chemical version, one is political. But in this game, they have the same effect. Again, 3 of a kind that you can't play, if you're me. It's risky putting WMDs out there. I'm not going to use either action. I'm going to end my turn. Three. Three of a kind force. That'll take out one of my territories. Alright, so it's my turn. 6. Okay. So I can play at 3rd Cheetah Z series. 3 of a kind force will take out an opponent's territory.
Select target.
Horde of Karmasani. Alright, 5 actions to go for this turn. Triple guard tower. Bringing back the cheetahs. Now, I've got to be careful. You saw in the last match what happened when I decided I was smarter than I really was, and I played 2 of a kind of something I brought back 3 of a kind from my discard pile. So, like, putting 2 of a kind out there, there's risk in doing that. Now, maybe it would work and turn out just fine, but again, there's evidence that sometimes it doesn't go that well. So instead, to play the Fire in the Fields, and that'll end my turn. All right, so Rexy and I both have 3 territories. But it's Rexy's turn. Roll 4. Again, similar situation. There's not any intel out there. I don't know if Rexy has any intel in that deck necessarily, but as you saw, I learned the hard way. You can find out very quickly if your opponent does and you're not expecting it. There's 3 of a kind building cards to bring back. I mean, it's a similar move to what I did. Bring back a trio of force cards. My turn. 2. See, the flip side, if I would have played a cheetah that last turn, Maybe that turns out differently. But instead, I do have 2 spots still open in Warzone, so we'll go with a pair of Blinding Sandstorm weather cards. Alright, so it's Rexy's turn. 5. Uh-oh. Rexy's got some firepower lined up there in the Warzone. We already know we got the 3-of-a-kind force that was brought back from the... See, it worked out okay there for Rexy, bringing back 3 from the discard pile. Didn't have a tree of intels ready to play, so... Ultimately, that didn't matter for Rexy. Taking out my 2nd territory. I'm down to 2 territories. A triple WMD would have me with a compromised leader. It's another building card. Big fan of the selfless hero. Apparently. Alright, so that's it for Rexy's turn. My turn. 3. That'll play. In that spot open in my war zone, now I've got, with 3 actions, 3-of-a-kind captured leader. WMD.
Select target.
Mount up Tanya. Bancare Island. And that's it for my turn. My opponent's down to 1 territory. But it's a roll of 4 for Rexy. Three-of-a-kind intel. So 1 each off the top. You see why I didn't put the 3-of-a-kind out there. That sort of thing can really make a big difference in a match of Warsaken Blitz. A well-timed intel can sometimes make all the difference. So again, the selfless hero. Multiple bookings. Lots of selfless heroes. 4. Okay. I can play the trio of lasting blizzards, get an extra turn. And I'll do that. Extra turn. 1 action to go still for this turn. She to Z. Let's see. Oh, of all the times for it to play the I'm not going to roll the die gag. Well, F5 it, so give me a second. Extra drama. The reload. It's a gimmick die. I'm kidding. Here we go. 5. Okay. Play the 2 cheetahs. Give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
Vast hinterland. Three actions to go. Opponent with a compromised leader, but I don't have 3-of-a-kind force on hand. So that didn't work out for me this turn. However, intel. Who knew that architectural plans could be so menacing?
Select target.
We'll bounce 3. Blinding Sandstorm.
Select target.
The irony of seeing that selfless hero that was brought back twice. A 3rd time. You really are the selfless hero. Out.
Select target.
And this 2-of-a-kind GR0 edge can hit the bricks. Now it's my opponent's turn. It's a roll of 2. Again, I'll take about a 5-minute break after this match is over, and then we'll continue on with the matchups in the queue. Thanks to everybody for waiting, for watching, for playing. All right, there's 3. Oh, Still didn't get the 3-of-a-kind force, but we can have some more intel hijinks. Let's bounce again.
Select target.
Weather card. Bounce.
Select target.
The 0 edge.
Select target.
Weather. And that's it for my turn. Alright, so it's a roll of 1 for Rexy, which is good news for me. It's a building card. We're back again for the selfless hero. 4. Okay, I'm going to win it right here. Get to play that green-blue combo I love here with the A9 Hammerhead. One of the coolest combo matchups in the game, and I kind of just lucked into it. At least for my taste.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
Alright, good game, Rexy. Well, so I'll go ahead and hit next in the queue. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break here. And on the other side of this break, we'll get back at it. Delvis in, you're on deck. So please, if you could get a code ready. On the other side of this break, be ready for the code, ready to go ahead and match up with more Warsaken Blitz. So back in just a few minutes. NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, back from break. Back at it. Ready to take on Delvis in. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing the fun new strategy game Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. A fun game to live stream. And the way it works here, people queue up and we play one at a time. If they beat me, they get a prize that is determined by a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. Nothing that matches 2 building cards, I'll take a mulligan. Okay, no building cards, 2 sets of 2 that match. That's more like it. Keep it. Okay, so I rolled a 5. Play a pair of cloud covers. These are weather cards. 3 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of Roman's prototype cards. Or force cards. So, okay, make sure that was okay out there. 2 sets of 2 out of my war zone. 2 slots still open out there. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play a control the message intel card. That will end my turn. Oh, don't do this. Not let me click the OK thing, gimmick. This is... I really hope this can be fixed soon. For some reason, it seems to happen when I've been playing for a while, so... At least you can F5 and it fixes it soon enough, so... I opened my eyes, saw 2 WMDs, 3 force cards. The force takes out one of my territories, so I'm down to 2 of those. Pair of force cards out there with 1 action to go. Pressed early. Jot something down here real quick. I don't keep track of my matches as they go. It really gets unwieldy trying to untangle it all later. My turn. 3. Okay, so not anything particularly helpful, but I will be able to play that second control the message intel card. 3 sets of 2. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to forego the last two actions and end my turn. So roll of 1. So now 3 sets of 2 opposite me for my opponent. My turn. 2. This worked out well timing-wise with a 3rd Control the Message card. And you can mill 6 from your opponent's arsenal. You can make them discard 3. Not a bad idea when they have 8 cards, but in this case, even better to bounce 3.
Select target.
3 sets of 2 out there. Menacing. Ominous. WMD.
Select target.
It's a cool looking card, though.
Select target.
Okay, so the intel, I knocked off 1 each of the 3 pair in my opponent's war zone. 1 action to go for this turn for me. I've got 2 spots in my war zone open, and I'll play a W1 MG tank to end my turn. It's a force card. If you're ever not sure, it's that little insignia in that bottom left corner of a card that lets you know what type of card it is, which is important for Warsaken Blitz. And with Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken, it's the category that matters. So the weather cards, the force cards, building cards, WMDs, they all function the same within the game. 2 of a kind WMD, did I make a mistake? By leaving 1 out there, not for the moment, I guess. You can have up to 4 of each particular card in a Warsaken Blitz deck. 2 of a kind weather, 1 action to go for this turn for my opponent. And now it's my turn. Roll to 6. But that's a tough one. Bunch of 2 of a kinds. I have that 2nd tank I can play, so it's not entirely doom and gloom. That's 5 actions I'm not going to be able to use here. That's tough. I mean, I could just decide to take one of these pairs of 2 and put them out there, but for now I'm not going to. I'm going to end the turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. 3 of a kind weather. It means an extra turn. 4. Uh-oh. My opponent still has all 4 territories. I'm down to 3. And remember, when you get to 0 territories, at that point you have a compromised leader in Warsaken Blitz. Building cards. 2 of a kind with those. And a pullback. 1 action to go for this turn. My turn. 2. Well, play a pair of S21Rs, and that'll end my turn. So a roll of 5 for my opponent. 3 of a kind building cards, so they're going to go back to that WMD I sent there. My strong suspicion what's going to happen. We'll find out right now. They may go back for that in the Max Harper, which would have me with a compromised leader. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. WMD, I'm down to 1 territory. Reactions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind with that force, that Max Harper.
Compromised.
My opponent has all 4 territories. I've got a compromised leader, and I'm staring down 2 of a kind force cards over there. But I have seen people come back from this against me, so it can be done. 6. That helps. I think a 6 helps. But really, without a WMD, and even with that, it's going to be a tall order. Well, go ahead and play that third S21R.
Select target.
Fermi energy plants. Five actions to go for this turn. Yeah, I can go back for intel, I can go back for force, but why would I? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense at this point to go back for intel. I know there's two-of-a-kind force out there, but that's just something I have to deal with. So instead, two-of-a-kind. Or maybe not. Maybe it makes sense to have that ready, buy myself a little bit of extra time. I don't know. Okay, let's do it. Two actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of Control the Messages. Now it's my opponent's turn. I have a compromised leader. My opponent just needs three of a kind with a force to get the win. It's a 1, but if there's a third to match that duo force cards out there, that would be it for me. Three of a kind, that's it. All right. Good game. Congratulations, Delvison victorious. So we're going to take a spin on the prize wheel here in just a moment. And Delvis, I've got you with that, the same one that lists in the game, the VJ4N2.C. Is that correct as far as your prize wallet? 6 shuffles, you got it. So I'll bring up the slate for a moment. I'll switch us over to the Warsaken prize wheel and we'll find out what your prize is. All right. So the Warsaken prize wheel had the golden farmlands that was won on the prior spin, so we'll remove that. We're going to sort it. We'll get the shuffles here in a moment. Many thanks to Coleman for providing these booster packs on the wheel. Got these epics out there, a loot pack, the I was in alphabetical order. I was looking for stuff that had been higher in the previous list. So I mentioned the loot pack, standard, or it's not standard, hardly standard, it's super rare. Then the Unreal, the Thermal Ash, Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that, Sean. Ultra rare, very rare. So that's the rundown of the 49 spots left on the wheel. The request was 6 shuffles. You got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good luck. It teased that booster pack, but it said super rare My Saki. Food Scientist number 487. Congratulations. All right. So now the way this works is I send out the prize right away. Then I show it on stream. And the original idea behind it was to show that, yes, in fact, I am sending out these prizes to the people that win them. But then I realized the immense potential as far as being able to showcase the wonderful artwork in this game. And it makes it feel like less of a choke point and more like, okay, here's a spot to you get to anticipate it, then you get to see it. And I know for longtime players, you know what these cards look like, but especially for newer players, and the idea being with these live streams, people learn how this game works. It's a chance to show that off to them as well. And sometimes you see stuff and you get that wow, like the first time I saw the Revenge Super Carrier. But even beyond that, there's some great artwork in this game, and it's cool to get to see it. And it makes it work out well. It's a moment or two away from playing a game and just going through and celebrating the way the great artwork is in this game. And then, of course, the prize that's given away. It's the big part of it. So, okay, bring up the slate. So we'll switch over to ensure that the transfer went through. Okay, so if I did this correctly, and I did, there it is. Congratulations. So there it is, my Saki. Only 500 of these exist. And number 487 is yours. Congrats. Yeah, it should already be there, Delvis. I appreciate you double checking that address. Yeah, so you should be good on that. So look at that. There's the my Saki. It's a force card. That one is yours. Congratulations. So now I'm going to bring the slate back up for just a moment. We'll switch scenes and get things going with the next matchup in Warsaken Blitz here live on Twitch. Okay, I need to hit next. Advance the queue. All right, tissues. Oh, you're all set. Thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you. Exclamation point. I will, before I type that in, I'm going to make, you won't see it until it actually happens on that end. I'm not sure how high I can go with this queue. Let's see if I go 600 height, or that's going to cover up the overlay. No, that's as far as I'll be able to go with the queue depth-wise. That does cover up a little bit more the left side of the cards. I mean, it's slightly translucent. I mean, for as much as I sometimes gripe out OBS Studio, it's amazing what you can do with this. But usually that's me learning from other people, like, oh, you really should try this. Oh, wow, okay. So I've got the code here from Tissues. Going to get connected. We're going to get things going with this next match, Warsaken Blitz. Look at that volcano.
Warsaken.
Here we go. Realized I had my list of opponents on the wrong page. So here I am. My card's staring me down saying, let's go. I'll keep it. When you have 0 building cards to clog things up early, at least one pair, I think that's a worthwhile shot too. Okay. Play a pair of Blinding Sandstorms, weather cards. Hey, Moonbaz Marty, hello. Congratulations. Moonbaz Marty won that second of 2 tournaments that took place on this past Tuesday night, U.S. time. Pair of weather cards for my opponent. A lot of fun getting to see that live on stream as well. So a roll of 3 here for me. I've got 3 spots open in my war zone, so I have room there. Play the pair of hacked network cards. Those are intel cards. 1 action to go for this turn. Nothing else that matches up except for my WMD. And building cards, again, there's a reason why I talk about them causing problems early if you have too many of them too soon, too quickly. So, in spite of having those 2 spots in my war zone open, I'm going to forego that last action and end the turn. That was a lot of fun. And to me, like, being able to see people and their reactions in these tournaments, I think that, you know, as soon as that, and I'm not sure what's going to be feasible short term. I know there's screen sharing possibilities, but that gets difficult. Some people understandably don't want to have anything out there. If they're in a serious tournament, they don't want to perhaps compromise the integrity of their game as far as people seeing what they have. But you can run it on a delay. I think there are ways to do that. Sometimes things work out like this. 3 of a kind with the white phosphorus spawn. WMD will take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
All right, ban Care Island. And Mount Uptania. Okay, 1 action to go for this turn. Got 2 sets of 2 out there. I don't think putting another intel out there is going to work to my advantage. Instead, play a soldier barracks. And that will end my turn. So roll of 2 by tissues, 3 of a kind weather. That means an extra turn, with 1 action still to go in this turn. I like the card back. Tissues. It kind of I think for right now it randomly assigns, and eventually I think you'd be able to obtain those. You know, buy the card backs you like the best and use them in game. I believe that's the plan. But for now, you get a nice sampler pack, nice reward for people that have gotten in early on playing Warsaken Blitz. It's not that difficult to put a deck together to play either. It's very much easy for people to get in and enjoy it in my experience. So I rolled a 3. Okay, I'm going to actually pull back the soldier barracks. Please, thank you. 2 more for this turn. Now that I have a pair of force cards, I mentioned that Revenge Super Carrier. Just a fantastic card. I mean, if there's going to be a Revenge Super Carrier in a game, I want it on my side. Thank you very much. So 2 out there, and that's it for the turn. 3 sets of 2 out there in my war zone. Likewise for my opponent, 3 sets of 2. It's a roll of 4. Oh, the templates are already made. Okay, great. Yeah, that's the way you check the box. I know some other wax games have. So I know how that works. I know exactly what you're talking about there, Moonbass Marty. I'll have to check that out. So there's 3 of a kind with a force to take out one of my territories. I'm down to 2. Pair of weather cards. 2 sets of 2 weather opposite me to go with the 2 intel cards out there. My turn. 4. Okay. Play the G6R75.
Select.
Some ruthless drones going your way. Head to the port of Carmasani. Okay, 1 action to go for this turn. It's risky if you have 3 of a kind to put it out there in partial form when your opponent's got 2 intel cards sitting in their war zone. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave that 4th spot in my war zone vacant, and I'm going to end my turn. Roll a 5. I believe that's the case with some of the in-game music as well. 3 of a kind with the weather. I mean, an extra turn for my opponent. That force card has me down to 2 territories. 1 action to go for this turn for my opponent. WMD. Extra turn. 3. If that's 3 of a kind WMD heading my way, I'll have a compromised leader. So I would have 0 territories left. 3 of a kind weather. Another extra turn. With 2 actions still to go in this turn. 2 with the WMD. 1 action to go for this turn. A force card is played. Here's the roll with the extra turn. 3. Pair of intel cards, 3 of a kind intel. So I imagine my war zone's going to get targeted here. Again, this is why it's not wise to put out 3 of a kind unless you're feeling really good about it, because you might have having your matched up cards split up. And then what do? 4. Now the nice side, I've got 3 of a kind with the building cards. Let's see. Might be wise to take out the WMD. Do that first as opposed to Trying to play a throwback with the soldier barracks. Alright, so we'll play the triple or three of a kind, time, destination. I'll be down to one as far as my remaining actions, but this intel will take out three of my opponent's cards in the war zone.
Select target. Select target.
We'll go one of each.
Select target.
Alright, one action to go for this turn. I've got one spot remaining open in my war zone. Instead of four of a kind, it's less of a risk of getting hit with an intel attack. Soldier barracks. Yeah, you're right, Musical Man. This is a close game. Roll a 4 for my opponent. Building cards, there's three of a kind with that. Sneak a peek at what might be considered. You got intel cards, force, weathers. Okay, it's my turn. Second WMD out there is disconcerting. 2. Okay, well, I'll do the soldier barracks here. Turning 3 cards from my discard pile to my hand. So it's my opponent's turn. I might not get another roll, but if I do, I'll have some options, hopefully. We'll see. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. My opponent rolled a 3. If there's a third WMD card waiting for me to match the 2 out there, and there is, I'm going to have a compromised leader. Uh-oh.
Compromised.
2 actions to go, so I will have another roll the die. That's 2 of a kind with a 4, so one more of those would take out my leader and cost me the match if that happens. See what I can do here with a 3. Well, I've got to use my intel, you think? I actually probably would have been better off if I would have taken a different... Maybe not, though. I'm sorry to say I might have been better off taking a different approach with what I brought back. Actually, I don't... Well... Some of that I haven't played enough to have the in-game experience to know a better feel for that. So some of that does come down to RNG. So we'll bounce everything here. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind with a force to beat me. So it's really it's a tough predicament. It'd be tougher if I click the wrong card. It's like the Blinding Sandstorm. And that's going to end my turn. Okay, Lucido. Sorry we couldn't get back to you in time. But thank you. Roll a 4. 3 of a kind force would be enough to beat me here if my opponent has it. There's 1. Will the robot dog with lasers beat me here? 3 actions to go for this turn. It'll just take 2 more. I've got a compromised leader. All I need is 3 of a kind force to beat me. There's 2. There's 3. No escaping the robot dog with lasers. All right, congratulations. Tissue's victorious. means you get a spin on the prize wheel here in just a moment, Tissues. And I don't think I have an address, a wax address written down for you. So I'll need to get that from you as well to make sure that whatever you win goes to the right place. I know some people have their address on screen and it's not necessarily where they want it to go, so I want to be sure on that. Right. Yeah. Congrats, and I'll need to know what address to send that to, please. Okay. So I'll go ahead and hit next on the challengers, although we're not going to start that next match just yet. Okay. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate as I switch scenes, and we'll head on over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Thank you, Musical Man. 7 shuffles. You got it, Tissues. Okay, so the My Saki card, one on the last spin, is removed from the list. We'll sort it here. Let me respond here, but okay. What is your wax address? Question mark. Want to make sure it goes to the right place. Anyway, before we spin, let's take a look at what's on the wheel. Many thanks to Coleman. Those booster packs. I expected to give more away on Tuesday's show, but I ended up winning too much, the way it turned out. But plenty of chances for people to win them here on the prize wheel. That loot pack out of my own collection. Same with the epics. Super rares. That Unreal Thermal Ash Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rare, very rare. That's what we're looking at here. Okay, great. That is, in fact, the address for you there, Tissues. Want to be sure. Okay. Gotta make a note that I lost the match. And then below that, I'll place whatever the prize is, as far as what I have listed there. So you said 7 shuffles. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good luck. All right, it's a super rare E7 Night Eagle number 439. Congratulations. So we'll get that sent over to you right now, and then we'll show it off live on stream. That's the way it works here with NashvilleLou Live and Warsaken Blitz. Sending it to that address, putting in the memo section, NashvilleLou Live prize. If I can spell prize correctly, that would be a better look. More on brand if it's spelled right. And then today's date. So that's be heading your way now in just a moment, Tissues. And we'll show it off on stream. And then we'll get ready for our next match. That's the way it works here. NashvilleLou Live. Keep it going. I say that right as the music comes to a screeching halt. So I'll bring the slate up, and then we'll see if that transfer has gone through. And if so, we'll show it off on stream. All right, so let's take a look at the prize. Congratulations. There it is, Tissues. E7 Night Eagle. It's a force card. Number 439, only 500 of these exist. It's a cool looking card. You got the sky, you got that Night Eagle. I mean, that's like needle down towards you. It means business in a serious way. And then you get the camo behind it. I think it's a really cool look. The camo, with some of these cards that I would have not have thought on paper, like how would you make this look good with camo? How would that possibly work? And they do it. And that's part of what I really like about Warsaken, is just the outstanding artwork. I've got the easy part. I get to play games and show off great art. I've had much more difficult broadcasting gigs, I'll tell you that. So congratulations again, Tissue's the winner there. And there's your prize. And in just a moment, we'll get things going with the next match. Playing Warsaken Blitz. All right, now Musical Man sent me a code. I found it. Now I can type it in. And we'll get things going. You can tell that's shady.
Warsaken.
The shadowed eyes look. Holding nondescript documents for you. Okay, 2 building cards, which I don't really like. I've got... These match. I'll keep them. No, really, I'll keep them. You asked me to change my mind? All right, so Musical Man goes first. It's a roll of 5. Two-of-a-kind force cards for my opponent with 3 actions to go for this turn. Look at that. Pair of WMDs out there. And finally a standalone force card to end the turn. Strong start there for my opponent. My turn 6. Okay, well, play the pair of XTTs. Pair of Ideal Conditions, weather cards. 2 actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. However, I don't have 2 of a kind of anything that I can play. I mean, I've already talked at length about the building cards. How they can get in the way early, so... That was a chance I took, accepting and not taking the mulligan when I had 2 building cards out of 8. But not a big deal. So I'll forego those last 2. I could play something out there, but... I don't think that's the best play. So I'm not going to do that, and I'll forego the actions and end the turn. So 3 actions to go here for my opponent. The 2-of-a-kind WMD just staring me down. Got that 2-of-a-kind force, the standalone force with the tank. And here with 3 actions to go. No play, wow. Interesting. 1. Oh, and it's a building card. Well, again, you see why I have a certain amount of contempt for building cards being in your opening 8. Although I've seen people pull it off too, so it doesn't mean my way's the right way. It's just that there's a reason that I tend to play that way. So end the turn. It's a 2. Three-of-a-kind force will take out one of my territories. One action to go here for my opponent. It's a force card to end the turn. My turn. 5. All right. Well, I've got a triple WMD, so I'll take out 2 opponent territories. I'll have 2 spots in my war zone open. I'll play a 2-of-a-kind with either the intel or the force. I'll see what I'll give it a look and a thought here in a moment.
Select target.
WMD allows me to take out 2 opponent territories. Of course, in Warsaken Blitz, you can only play 1 WMD per match. Fermi Energy Plants. And the Mount Up Tania production site. Okay, 2 actions to go for this turn. So we have a pair of force cards out there, a pair of weather cards. And we'll go with the Jackal Air Base. The building cards, just like with the other categories, it's the category that matters. The fine print on here isn't for Blitz, which makes it much easier when you know that it's just the category that matters and you're trying to learn the game as a beginner. That was the thing I didn't appreciate as much when I first learned about Blitz, was how valuable it'd be as far as getting everybody up to speed and comfortable with Warsaken and the different categories and how the game works on even on a simplified level. And it makes sense. You're going to take Chemistry 101 before you take the 300 level stuff. Three of a kind, WMD. It's going to take out 2 of my remaining 3 territories. I'm down to 1. Three actions still to go for this turn. Now, the 2 WMDs out there are just in the way now for my opponent. No value to that. In fact, it would be counterproductive for me to use an intel against those. That would just be making room for my opponent to put something else out there. There's a pair of force cards. 1 action to go for this turn. And then a pullback of a standalone force for my opponent. My turn. 1. No 3 of a kind. I'm going to leave the 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to not use that 1 action. I'll end my turn. So a second force card out there. Roll to 2. Okay, here's a little bit of a strange thing. I have no value right now with the building cards, considering what's in my discard pile is a WMD that I can't use again. So I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to not use those actions. I'll end my turn. So roll a 5 for my opponent. I only have 1 territory remaining. All it's going to take is 3 of a kind of a force to take out that last territory, give me a compromised leader instead. 3 of a kind intel. I'm guessing my war zone's going to be targeted. 3 cards sent to the discard pile, but which 3? 1 of each. 2 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. Two of a kind force cards. My turn. 6. Okay. Okay, well, I'll play the trio of Agent Zeras. These are force cards.
Select target.
We'll take out the Port of Karmasani. Three actions to go for this turn. I could use my building cards to go back for Agent Zera. Could make a couple of 2 of a kinds out there. Going back for Agent Zera. Well, I guess I could have taken with it the 1 each of those, but I'm just gonna... Or maybe that does make more sense to do it that way. See, this is where I did a poor job, because I should have looked at my discard pile before I did this. This might not matter because I might not get another roll the die for this match. But I'm going to try it. One. Okay. So maybe it will matter after all. If I can at least get a roll of 2. There's 3 of a kind. I'll have a compromised leader. If I can at least a roll of 2, I can get an extra turn. Bit of a long shot, but it's doable here.
Compromised.
Let's see what happens. 4. All right, we're going to get the extra turn here. The pair of ideal conditions. Extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. We're going to play a pair of XTTs. This will give my opponent a compromised leader to match mine.
Select target. Compromised.
I need a 3 or higher. 2! Well. Play a pair of Igors. I've got a compromised leader. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind with a force. And already 2 sets of 2 forces out there in the war zone. There's a roll of 6. This is almost for sure going to be it. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind with a force to beat me. 6 actions here. Here we go, 3 of a kind force. That's going to be the match. All right, good game. All right, so Musical Man victorious. Good game. So we'll go to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. We'll do that. Send the prize over to Musical Man. And then we'll take a short break. And we'll be back with more player versus player matches here in Warsaken Blitz. So first things first, bring up the slate. Switch things up as we head over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Take the last prize off the wheel. Warsaken prize wheel. Oh, I pulled up the wrong, hang on. I mean, this screen is okay, but this is the main screen. I forgot to actually switch the scenes, which is the purpose of it. Sponsorships, pal. Presented in part by my world and... let me try that again. Totally botched the read on my own thing. Presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we're going to take a look at the prizes here on the prize wheel. 5 booster packs. Many thanks, Coleman, for sending me those. 3 epics. And a loot pack. Most of this is from my own collection. Some people have sent me stuff, which I'm greatly appreciative of. A lot of super rares. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. More ultra rares. And some very rares. All right, so we'll give it several shuffles here. And here we go. Good luck, Musical Man. On the Warsaken prize wheel. All right, congratulations. You win the super rare ES4 Desert Bighorn, number 357. So congrats on that, Musical Man. I'm going to make a note of that here in my match log. And I've still got the address for you from your win earlier. 2-0 gets me today. Playing well. So let's see. This is number 357. So I'm looking now in my... And I should note that what I send out prize-wise in... Yeah, that says 357. I think it's actually going to be... I think I mistyped that. It's actually 387. So hopefully that's... that won't be too disappointing for you there. It's that desert... No, I have the Night Eagle up. That's why. Okay, no wonder I couldn't find the right number. I try to be pretty careful about this. I want to make sure I'm delivering what I'm promising. There it is. Okay, I found 357. It's hiding from me. By hiding, I mean I didn't type in its name. So that's on me. Luckily, easy enough to switch over to that. We'll get it sent out. NashvilleLou Live prize at today's date. Oh, yeah, I started to say something, got interrupted, and didn't double back. My giveaway wallet is fulfillments with an S, fulfillments. So let me see, bring the slate up, and now we'll get to show it off. I was so taken aback when I realized I still had Night Eagle typed in. Threw me off my train of thought there. But yes, fulfillments with an S on the end. I had to have something with 12 letters, and that worked out. So, all right, so it's been sent. I'll be able to show it off here in just a moment. After that, we'll take about a 5-minute break. I'll be back on the other side with more live player versus player matches here in Warsaken Blitz. So there it is. Congratulations. The S4 Desert Bighorn, number 357. So congratulations, Musical Man. That is yours. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. Let me take about a 5-minute break. You can still join the queue. Exclamation point join. Just type that in chat. Exclamation point join. Now, you're going to be waiting a while. Fair warning on that, but that's what it's looking like. Now, I'll go ahead and next. I guess I haven't done that yet. That will advance Musical Man in the queue. So, Captain John Parakeet, on the other side of this break, I'll need to get a connect code from you, and we'll go from there. At some point, I will have to close the queue, but for now, I'm leaving it open. I'm going to take a break, back on the other side, about 5-6 minutes, maybe a little longer, but aiming for about 5 minutes. And we'll get back at it with more Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Okay, coming back from break. Captain John Parakeet, if you're there, please let me know. If you can provide a code, or if you need me to provide one, I can if absolute need be. It works much easier the other way from everything I've found thus far. I want to show off something here. Many thanks to Musical Man for sending over something new for the Warsaken prize wheel. And typically, once I set something on the wheel for a given broadcast, I can keep that configuration going, but this would be added to it for the next one. I mean, unless you really want it in for this one, Musical Man, in which case we can, but let me show it off. That would help to have the visual to go with it now, wouldn't it? Okay, so I'll have the slate up for a second. Again, you can still join the queue, exclamation point join, and I'll stay through it for everybody as long as there are people ready to play. I know it's a bit of a wait now, but this is why I don't normally use the overlay this way. It's going to say congratulations. I'll be congratulating myself. So I'm going to do it that way. Let's see. Maybe this will work. Aha. You can see, no, I'm not logged in on this computer. That's part of the idea, is that what does it look like to the public if they pull it up on a typical computer? Plus, security-wise, the fewer places you're logged in, the better. So you can see right there the fulfillments. Thank you so much, Musical Man. If you want to go on the wheel, I'll do that. That's, but it's the problem is then I have to go back and you type it in there and it just throws off what I have list-wise. But this is a great card, and I think it'd be one that people will be happy they can get. I mean, look, that's rank out of 4 out of 4 right there. So it's not messing around. So many thanks for that. It's a great card. But I guess when I pull the slate down, normally I have an overlay over where that bottom part is, but this worked pretty well. Again, I think just having a still image of some of these nicer cards especially, it doesn't do justice to how nice the artwork looks. And even here we're like, okay, it's got a green tint, but it's still, there's that animation to it, and just the static image alone. That was something I found in doing early streams with this. It just didn't really do it justice the way I did it initially. So anyway, many thanks. So that's going to be added to the prize wheel for the starting with the next broadcast. Greatly appreciate it. So now, okay, we'll go ahead and I'm not sure if you're here, Captain John, but last call. Otherwise, I'll have to skip you and go ahead and move on to the next person in the queue. Yeah, when you get that big, the blown up shot, it can look really nice as well. And I know for some people watching, they're watching on smaller screens, so if it's not a large enough image, not won't necessarily have the same impact. So that's a valid point. Okay, well, Captain Sean Parakeet, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to skip you. So that brings us now to Tech, back up in line. So Tech, if you're there, if you could please provide a connect code. All right, thank you, Tech. Okay, so I'll type in the match code that Tech sent my way. Here we go. Playing Warsaken Blitz.
Warsaken.
NashvilleLou live. So again, in Warsaken, you start with 1 leader card, 4 territory cards, and a deck of 60. In this game, your deck is referred to as your arsenal. And from that arsenal, you're dealt 8 cards randomly. You can either keep those cards or take a mulligan, and it's a reshuffle, and they deal you 8 more. You can take a second mulligan after that, but that comes at a price, and you're stuck with whatever they give you. This is great. 3 sets of 2, only 1 building card. That's a great starting setup right there. Can't complain about that. I've had far worse. It's 5. So 2 sets of 2 with the intel cards opposite me, and then a weather card. My turn. 3. Okay. Play a pair of W1 MGs. So force cards. And then cloud cover, a weather card, and that will end my turn. And that roll the dice so pivotal in Warsaken Blitz. It's the player whose turn it is gets that many actions and that many cards. So here for Tech, it's just 1 card and 1 action for this turn. And no play there for Tech. My turn. 1. So I already have the 1 cloud cover out there. I'll play a second with my lone action for this turn. And that's it for my turn. It's dangerous having that stuff out there in my war zone. My opponent's loaded up there with intel cards. There's a 5. Well, the question is, would my war zone get targeted, or is this going to be an attack on my arsenal? Because if your arsenal, your deck, if that hits 0 cards, your leader becomes compromised in Warsaken Blitz. 2 of a kind weather, 4 actions to go for this turn. Second set of weathers, and that's it. My turn. 6. All right, do a WMD. This is going to work out. So WMD is going to take out 2 of my opponent's territories. Got 3 of a kind. Captured leader. Drighton oil fields. And the port of Carmasani. We can only play one WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. 3 actions to go for this turn. And luckily for me, I've got 3 of a kind with Agent Rico. We'll go after Mount Uptania. Roll a 3. 4 sets of 2 out there for my opponent. The Warzone and no play. Ooh. 1. Wow. So it goes. Well, okay. Break out the assassination attempt. One of the best looking cards of the game right there, in my opinion. Roll 2. Three of a kind intel. So 2 and 1 the attack there. Taking out the tanks and the cloud cover. And it won't let you click out before you roll. I really want to remind you had that other deck up there. Roll a 5, okay. Play a pair of D24 eyes. Play that second assassination attempt. 2 actions to go for this turn. Okay. I'll do the rare move of filling my 4th Warzone slot, and I'll play a pair of Fire in the Fields in my turn. It's a 6. My opponent rolled a 6. 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn for my opponent. 5 actions still to go for this turn. There we go with the intel cards milling my arsenal. 6 cards sent from my arsenal to my discard pile. As noted, when your arsenal hits 0 in Warsaken Blitz, it's just like having all of your territories knocked out, and that gives you a compromised leader. All right, 6 on the extra turn. Good grief. Three of a kind intel. This time going after cards in my war zone. 5 actions to go for this turn. So I'm down to 24 cards in my arsenal. Although interestingly enough, so is my opponent. 3 of a kind building. They're going back for 3 cards to... Again, I wish I could click out of this before it demands that I roll the die. That annoys me. But if you're quick enough about it, you can bounce away. 1. That's the way this is going. Okay, I could play 3 of a kind intel at least, so knock everything out of my opponent's war zone, if nothing else. Man, I don't want to sound doom and gloom. My opponent's got 1 territory left, but let's see what I'm up against. Bounce 3. My territories aren't the important part at this point. I mean, too much of a battle of attrition is going to really take me down. Because if my arsenal hits 0, my leader's compromised.
Select target.
Oh, come on. All right, now it's my opponent's turn. So I've got 23 cards in my arsenal. My opponent's war zone is wide open. So roll of 2. Pair of intel cards, and that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 5. So right now I've got cloud cover out there. I've got fire in the fields out there. That's it as far as what I have on the board. So that'll work, I think. I say that, let me go back, hang on. I forgot that I need 2 each of them, not 1 each. So that's actually quite different than what I need. Okay, that's why I think these things through, or try to at least. So the better play, I mean, after all this, I'm still going to go and use the 3-of-a-kind building cards. I'm just going to get 3-of-a-kind force. Ooh, I'm going to fly that fast with it. Agent Rico. Alright, 2 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of control the messages. I'll end my turn. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou live. At some point I will have to close the queue, but for now and for a little while at least, I'll keep it open. Roll of 6. I only have 18 cards remaining in my arsenal. Three-of-a-kind intel. Down to 12 cards in my arsenal. 5 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. Three-of-a-kind building cards. 2 actions to go for this turn, so... To remember though, I only have 12 cards left in my arsenal, so... Even if I roll like a high number, there is a potential downside to it, depending on how it plays out. Pair of weather cards for my opponent. My turn. 1. Cloud cover. That'll end my turn. One. So my opponent rolled a 1, but if it's a third weather card to match the 2 that are out there in the war zone, that would mean an extra turn. So it's a force card, which is interesting. You need 3-of-a-kind with a force to beat a compromised leader. 2. Okay, fine. Agent Rico. That's my opponent's turn. I'm down to 9 cards in my arsenal. 5. Three-of-a-kind weather, so an extra turn for my opponent. I only have 9 cards left in my arsenal. If that's hits 0, I'll have a compromised leader. Three-of-a-kind with the intel. I'll be down to 3 cards left in my arsenal if that's the attack. Could be an attack on my war zone as well. One or the other. There's the priority that Arsenal is down to 3 cards. 1 action to go for this turn for my opponent. For this next turn, if I can roll a 4, and I've got, besides Agent Rico, a 3 of a kind 4, so oh, they got extra turn. Never mind. Oh my goodness. A 6. Ironically, my opponent's down to 4 cards. Extra turn. Three of a kind intel. Some have a compromised leader. If was one more action to be taken here, so I think I'll get 1 more turn, but I don't know. So I don't know what happens now. There's a roll and a 1. So an extra turn number 2. Uh-oh. If there's a third action, there's 3 of a kind with a force that's going to beat me. All right, good game. Tech victorious. I've not lost very many times by that method. My Arsenal down to 0, but it's successful there. Good game. Very close. Good game. All right, so Tech victorious. So that means we're heading over to the Warsaken prize wheel. And Tech, you got the D double dot high, right? That's the gimmick for you for the wax address. That was a fun game. It was really close. Good example of how different strategies come into play, and being aware of your arsenal. I still lost the match, but being aware of it's important, and that was a good example of why. A demonstration in match. Sometimes that's more powerful than anything, seeing an example play out in real time. Okay, so we'll head to the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. We'll remove the Desert Bighorn. So now we're looking at 1 in 46 odds for anything on this wheel. We'll sort it. 5 booster packs. Many thanks to Coleman for that. A lot of this from my own collection up here, the epics. We'll have a new epic on the next show from Musical Man. Many thanks for that. A loot pack on the wheel. Don't forget about that. I'm sure many of you haven't. Super rares. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Some ultra rares, very rare. So that's the mix. Yes, and again, that is the correct address I have down for you there as far as your wax address there, Tech. So here we go with some shuffles. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. It's the loot pack. You got the loot pack. Congratulations. All right. Congratulations. So this is something that there are fewer and fewer of these out there. These loot packs. This one's yours. Again, when the quantity was running low, I stocked up with as many as I could that last night. Right. With the idea of most of them to be used for giveaways and such. Okay. All right. Oh, you're welcome, Tech. Let me get this sent over to you. And that's the fun of the prize wheel. That excitement. And that's the thing. I want people to win prizes. And so it's a positive when that happens. It's a good thing. So make sure, double checking with this for sure. And I've got that address down there correctly. Written down there correctly, I should say. Okay, so we'll get that sent over there in just a moment for my fulfillments wallet. And for prizes given away in NashvilleLou live broadcasts, I use that fulfillments with an S on the end, fulfillments wallet. So if you ever see anything from that and wonder where it come from, odds are NashvilleLou live. So okay, back to, for just a moment, the slate as I switch scenes. Make sure that I went through before I so now let's check out the prize. There it is. Congratulations. Tech 93. Congratulations. You earned it. Beat me there. In a game of Warsaken Blitz. Took that spin on the prize wheel and it's yours. Now look at this right here. There are only 4,986 of these that were made. 4,952 have been burned. There are only 34 of these left in existence. This one is yours. Congratulations. This is from Loot Pack 03. There are different series of loot packs, obviously, but still not many left. Limited availability. And that's part of the fun of this, getting to give away something like that here live on stream. So congratulations. And that goes over to you now. It is yours already, Tech. There it is. You're listed as the owner. Congratulations. All right, so now we'll go ahead and get back at it with some more Warsaken Blitz. It's funny, when I start to worry that maybe I'm winning too much in Blitz, running up against some quality opponents that, in some matches where I don't get that RNG advantage, and we get some fun prize giveaways like that. All right, so let me go ahead and hit next. That's one thing I need to make sure I work that into my a list of things to do as far as trying to get fulfillments done in a timely manner. Okay, so to John J. Thank you. Right. Got the code here from DeJohn J. We faced off in the tournament in the qualifier rounds last week. That was a very tough. I went best of 3. I went to 3.
Warsaken.
All right, so I'm making a note here that, in fact, yes, Tech won the Loot Pack 03. So now here I am against the John J. Okay, so I have my notes up to date, which is a good thing. Take a look at my options here. Nothing that matches. So I'll go ahead and use a mulligan. That's more like it. 2 sets of 2. Plenty of force card options. We'll keep it. Thanks to everybody taking the time to watch NashvilleLou live, whether you're here live with me on this broadcast on Twitch, or you're catching it later, video on demand, whether it's a Twitch highlight I make after every broadcast. I make a Twitch highlight of the broadcast, and then in most cases, it eventually ends up on YouTube as well in that platform. So it's a chance for people that may not watch videos on Twitch to run across it on YouTube and enjoy it there. A pair of weather cards for my opponent. 2 sets of 2 at that. After that roll of 6 to start things off. And 2 of a kind force cards. So a lot out there in the war zone early for my opponent. My turn. 6. Okay, well, this will be similar. Play a pair of Z27 Tigers force cards. Pair of Tsunamis weather cards. 2 actions to go for this turn. We'll play the pair of G6 R75s. And again, it's very different as far as the text on it compared to like the John Ryder. But for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, force cards behave the same way. It's that simplified version of Warsaken makes it very easy for new players to get it figured out and learn how to play without having to learn a lot of detail. And yet there's plenty here to keep people interested. I've live streamed how many games of this now, how many matches, how many hours, and I'm still having a blast with it. Great community as well with Warsaken. Over the Warsaken Discord. Some great people there. Amazing generosity. It's been great to see. My turn, 2. Well, in that problem, nothing makes 3 of a kind. I don't like filling up that 4th spot in my war zone. I really don't. So despite the 2 actions, I won't use either. I'll forego them and end my turn. But I want to again thank everybody who was involved with the Game Fest this week. I know it's still going on, but my broadcast purposes Tuesday and Wednesday with Warsaken, Blitz, and then Blockchain Brawlers yesterday. Made to the finals of the Brawlers tournament, which was a lot of fun to do that and broadcast live. There's 3 of a kind. I'm over here talking about past accolades. Here's the John J with a WMD. And take me from 4 to 2 territories. Two actions to go for this turn. So 2 sets of 2 for my opponent with weather cards. That little insignia there, that's what tells you what category it falls into. And that's the Force logo emblem there. With 2 of a kind for that pair of Force cards. 2 actions to go here for my opponent. Instead, it'll be my turn. 6. All right. Now we're talking. WMD, I got 3 of a kind with the white phosphorus bomb. This is why I like to keep that 4th spot open. Give myself latitude for situations like this. So I'll play the trio of white phosphorus bombs. I'll take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Bankir Island. And the port of Carmasani. Three actions to go for this turn for me. And this was a nice time to have a trio of intel cards line up. Gonna bounce 3 cards, 1 of each from my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
Freezing Rainstorm.
Select target.
Blasting Blizzard.
Select target.
AX Strike Fighter. I didn't click it right. There we go. It took evasive action on me. Well, that's it for my turn. So roll of 1 for my opponent. And then a pullback. Opening up some room in the war zone. My turn. 1. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot open in my war zone. I'll end the turn. 2. But there's so many little things I don't even take the time to talk about because there's so much to discuss. Like the fireflies in this particular scene. The like reflection of the light there. It's a little thing that stands out. So 2 of a kind with a Force, a standalone weather, and that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 5. Okay. So I'll play a Tsunami to make 3 of a kind weathers, and I'll have an extra turn as a result. 4 actions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind with a John Ryder. Again, the cards don't have to look identical. It's just to be, they all have to be John Ryder Oil Engineer. As long as you got that, you got 3 of a kind, and you can do something with it.
Select target.
But again, the cards, it's by category in Blitz. The fact it's a Force card is the only thing that really matters. So after mount up Tanya. My opponent's down to 1 territory. I have 1 action left for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. And we'll throw a violent tornado out there to end my turn. Extra turn. Oh, come on. I've got to F5 it so I can... It gets caught up every now and then where you have to refresh it. This is with the app. Can I keep refreshing until I get a die color I like better? We had to replace the die, so the old one, I gave up the ghost. 6. All right. Well, looks like I'm going to win the match right here. I already got the 2 Tigers out there. We'll play a 3rd. Compromise leader.
Select target.
And I'll win it with the Romans.
Compromised.
In Warsaken Blitz, when all of your opponent's territories are taken out, your opponent has a compromised leader. You need 3 of a kind with a Force to beat. your opponent at that point. Luckily for me, I've got a trio of Romans prototype cards to play for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game to John J. I got lucky there at the end of that timing. Sometimes a late high roll like that can make all the difference. All right, so Natha. I'll tell Natha I'm ready for a code if you have one. Hello. I know Natha is there, so we'll get connected here in just a moment. And this would probably be the last match before my next break. It really has worked out well to aim for that, making the match, if it gets past 40 past the hour at that point, whenever that current match ends. And there's the code to take a break at that point. That really has worked out well, at least for me. All right, so I've got the code here from Natha, getting that typed in right now. We'll use the Camo Ziana deck. That dog is going to bite somebody.
Warsaken.
Look at his chops. All right, so taking on Natha. Again, I tend to find if I don't make a note of it right away when who I've played against, I blink and it's like time flies by. And I'm several matches behind in my keeping up with everything list here. Okay. So just the one building card. I like that. 2 sets of 2. That works for me. Pretty nice draw. And I get to go first. 3. Well. Quick impact. The Nameless Soldier.
Select target.
Go after St. Purcell Harbor. That's it for my turn. My opponent's down to 3 territories, but we've only just begun. Roll a 6. My opponent has 14 cards. 3-of-a-kind force coming back at me. We'll both be at 3 territories. Three actions to go for my opponent. A pair of force cards with 1 action to go still for this turn. And a weather card. My turn. 4. Okay, well, a wide open war zone for me with a pair of terrifying storms, weather cards. 2 actions to go for this turn with a pair of H5 dropships. And that's it for my turn. A roll of 1 for Natha. My turn. 2. Okay, well, I'll be able to play a pair with 2 spots open in my war zone. Okay, we'll play a pair of underwater mines. Look out for the spikes. So that's it for my turn. We each have 3 territories remaining. Roll of 3 for Natha. A pair of weather cards with 1 action to go for the turn. Alright, so 2 of a kind weather there to end the turn for Natha. My turn. 6. Okay. Well, I'll be able to play 3 of a kind intel. And go after my opponent's war zone. You've got 3 different options here. That match I lost against Tech, milling was used to get my arsenal down to 0. That's how my leader got compromised. In this case, though, we'll go ahead and bounce 3. We'll go with the Nameless Soldier, Terrifying Storm, and the Standalone Weather. And I still have 3 actions to go for this turn. But it's a case where I've got 3 sets of 2 out there. Kind of tough. So I'm not going to use any of those remaining actions, and I'll end my turn. It's a 4. A pair of WMDs. That would take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. 2 actions to go still for this turn. Here's a pullback. And a force card to end the turn. My turn. 2. So there's a 3rd H5 dropship.
Select target.
We'll take out the Mount Uptania production site. Super dangerous to put WMDs out there like that. But luckily, I have some 2 of a kind options I could put out there instead. And we'll play a hyper defense barrier. It's a 2. My opponent rolls a 2. Three of a kind with a force. That Romans prototype. I'll be down to 2 territories. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. Can I get at least a 3? Yes, I can. All right. Three of a kind WMD is going to take out the last 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target. Compromised.
That's it for my turn. My opponent's got a compromised leader. Natha rolls a 4. That WMD's still out there. A 3rd one of those, and I'll have a compromised leader. If there was a WMD to match that, and then 3 of a kind sitting up there in Natha's hand, that would be it. That would be the match. Meanwhile, if I get another roll of die, I just need at least a 3 with 3 of a kind force to play. A pair of building cards, 3 of a kind building cards. So, force or weather. It was the weather, so Still not enough that'll be able to be used in this turn with only one action remaining. 2 of a kind with the weather. Let's see if I can do it here. 4. All right. Okay, I'm going to win it right here. My opponent's got a compromised leader. I've got 4 actions for this turn. I only need 3. Trio of specialist Dexter Smiths for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated.
All right, good game, Natha. So I'm going to take about a 5-minute break right now. I'm leaving the queue open for now. I want to allow people, because I know not everybody can get in a queue at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time or whatever. So I wanted to keep it open for a while. We'll continue to leave it open, but I want to make sure everybody gets enough time. That means planning things out myself as far as how long I go with this, because these can go for a long time, be a ton of fun, but there's balance to it. This isn't something you would watch necessarily start to finish. I wouldn't expect that. But people, that's part of this, almost a lounge type element to it. Playing games, having fun. You know, my new friends, people getting to know. A lot of y'all become regulars here, which I love. Without the regulars, people to play against, there is no show. So I appreciate that greatly. All right. All right, Rexy, I got the code from you. Thank you for that. I'm going to take a quick break. On the other side of the break, we'll get back and we'll get back to action. Rexy will be first up. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back from break. I've got the code from Rexy, so we'll be getting things going again here with live player versus player matches in Warsaken Blitz in just a moment. Okay, there we go. Taking on Rexy.
Warsaken.
This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing live player versus player matches in Blitz. And people beat me in Warsaken Blitz here on stream. I give them a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. We just gave away a loot pack earlier in the broadcast. So many great prizes to be made available, that are available, and will be if anybody else can beat me, and odds are they will. You can try your hand at it. Exclamation point join. Type that in chat. I'm not sure how long I'm going to keep the queue open. I have to kind of back time it. For every 4 people in there, try and give myself an hour, and then maybe a little more than that even. So at some point I will have to close it. For now, though, let me concentrate on the game. I took a mulligan. I'm not thrilled about the 2 building cards. I'm going to take a second mulligan. So I get whatever they give me, and I'm stuck with it. And my opponent gets an extra card. Just the way it goes. So my opponent gets to go first. So no building cards. That would be really nice if I could put that together. And you can see I snuck something. Switching things up a little bit. 2 of a kind with the force cards there for Rexy. 2 of a kind intel. So a pair of force cards with a selfless hero to end the turn. My turn. 1. This is not a good start for me. Putting that out there is just asking for trouble. Just begging to get thrown to the discard pile. Okay, I'll play a weather. Even when my war zone is entirely empty, I still hesitate to put a one-off card out there. But if you're going to, weather's not a bad approach to take, especially early in a match. 3 sets of 2, and that's it for my opponent. My turn. 5. Okay, well, in this case, it worked out as far as playing that blinding sandstorm as I drew a second. But still, mishmash. The perils of the second mulligan. Getting stuck with what they give you. I'm going to not use any of those 4 remaining actions there. I'm going to end my turn. Don't like that. But I really do think that's the best play in that situation. So here's Rex. He rolls a 6. Oh my. There's 3 of a kind force. That'll take out one of my 4 territories, so I'll be down to 3 territories. With 3 actions still to go for this turn for Rexy. So eventually Rexy will take out one of my 4 territories with that force trio there, and there'll be 3 actions still to go for Rexy for this turn. Now you might notice I use the same 4 territories most of the time. The vast hinterland is only -1 morale, but it does take down your leader. So if I had a leader with 20 morale, I'd start at 19. 20 is the highest you can start with morale-wise in Blitz. This is a 21 card. So the vast hinterland brings the 21 down to 20, and thus I can use it here in Warsaken Blitz. The other 3 are all -3 morale. So I wonder if I'm stuck or if Rexy's carefully vetting each and every one of my territories. Have a committee put together. Let's put it to a vote. Let's put it to the people. Like, it could be I'm locked up on this end and I just don't know it. That doesn't happen very often, but... Flaw, hello. Been having fun here playing Warsaken Blitz. Gave away a loot pack a little bit earlier. So for the moment, finally the decision is made for Bancare Island. Doing great, having fun playing, although staring down an opponent with 3 sets of 2 in the war zone and 3 actions to go. Ominous. Oh, hey, Rexy, no worries. Your Wi-Fi cut out. And this is a good sign. What happens if somebody's Wi-Fi cuts out? Does it get reestablished? And the answer is yes. 2 actions to go for this turn for Rexy. A pair of building cards to end the turn for Rexy. My turn. 6. Well. A whole bunch of options. Play a pair of lasting blizzards. So I've got 2 sets of 2 with weather out there. 4 actions to go for this turn. We'll play a pair of cheetahs. Oh, I hear you. If you're at work, I know how it is. Sometimes you can listen along at work, but not necessarily participate or type or whatever. Okay, 2 actions to go for the turn, but nothing to make 3 of a kind. So I'm going to end the turn here. So Rexy's in a pretty good spot right now. And then a roll of 1. Can you use the announcer jinx to your advantage? For years and years, I had to hear people telling me about the announcer's jinx, as if I had the power to, with my words, to change if somebody's going to hit a free throw. Or whatever. 1. Well. I jinxed myself. Okay, nothing to... Same as it was last turn. Oh, this is not good for me here. This is not good. I've got a lot of 2 of a kind. But the roll of 1, not going to use it. End turn. Oh, the streamer's curse. That's interesting with grubfish. And I've opted not to use grubfish. I like playing it. I know there's a lot of positives to it. I might at some point. For what I do with this for now, that's not been what I've gone with. But I've certainly heard of that. The announcer's curse with grubfish. 3 of a kind building card, so something's coming back. Intel or force. And it's the force. Spoilers in there. But now the risk is for Rex, if you put that out there, those Tritons. See, now I already know that you got that 3rd one up there. But I don't have any sort of intel cards on the board at the same point. And so... But then here's a 6. Alright, well... First things first, captured leader. Actually, before I even do that, bring my hand down. I've got a lot of cards here. Look what I have. All 4 territories intact for my opponent. 19 morale. Play the captured leader. This isn't really a good set of territories as far as like high morale damage cause. Normally you won't see morale used in Blitz, but it's fun if you can win with it. It's more of a challenge. And I thought maybe I'd surprise Rexy here, but Rexy's a pretty stout player, so solid on the cards. WMD's going to help. 3 actions to go for this turn, and at least with the morale. And here's the problem. See, at 13, 6 and 6 for the morale would have that down to 0. So really, I think I'm better off playing, instead of morale cards, having force cards in there. But you can get creative with it. However, I got this lasting blizzard. Extra turn. So let's see. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play the hammerheads, I think. Yes. All right, extra turn. 3. All right. Okay, well, I can play the hammerhead. Ban Care Island, -3 morale. That morale's at 10, so even this, it's really not worth it, I think, to go with the morale approach here at this point in the match. Even though I stacked it up pretty heavy with it, trying something different. Okay, but the problem is, even with this 2 of a kind out there, risks getting targeted. But at this point, I'm gonna go ahead with it anyway. And that's it for my turn. A roll of 1 for Rexy. I love the hammerhead. I was talking about that earlier, especially like because I've got one of the green ones. Those epics. There's 3 of a kind force, maybe down to 2 territories. My turn. 2. Again, I'm heavy on morale, right? If I had forces in those spots, it would be a different matter. So, bringing 3 cards back. I mean, we talked about the hammerheads. I've got to bring it back now. Of course, the risk is if I put one of those hammerheads out there, it's just a big proverbial kick me sign. Play a Roman's prototype instead. It's just the one action for this turn. Now it's my opponent's turn. 2. So I have 2 territories left. A pair of building cards played there by Rexy. My turn. 6. Whoa, I have a lot of cards here. I mean, I'd be on easy street if those morales were forces. What it could have, should have. Actually, I think I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna win the match. I think unless the dancing Romans are misleading me, and they're not. Okay. All right, here's how we'll do it. Roman's prototype.
Select target.
I won this match in spite of the morale cards, not because of them.
Compromised.
So now all I have to do is play 3 of a kind with a force. Hammerhead for the win.
Select target.
All right. So good game, Rexy. That means Zeal is up next. So Zeal, if you could please provide me with a room code. Well, Rexy, I got lucky there. And that's because you had it was like a 1 and then a 2. It was sometimes you'll run into that in Blitz. There is some RNG. I mean, when you're talking about both actions and cards being dependent on the roll of the die, there's a big swing if you roll a 1 or a 6 there, especially toward the end. But even early, as far as setting the table. Okay, so let me shoot a note over to Zeal. If Zeal's there, we'll go ahead and play. Yes, do you have a code? I mean, that's a tough break. You run into that sometimes. It's a match I had earlier. I was 1 action away from winning it. I'm sure there are plenty of times where I've been on the other end of it and not seen it. You know, 1 more action, my opponent would have had the win. All right, Zeal's got the code. Thank you, Zeal. We'll get that going right now. All right, so playing Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live.
Warsaken.
Here we go. It's a cool looking avatar there. Got frostbite staring you down. Kind of a mixed bag. It's so risky in some ways to go into it like this because you don't have anything that matches outside of a WMD, and do you really want to put those out there early? I know this might seem strange. I'm going to take a mulligan on this. Well, careful what you ask for. Okay. Well, we heard you like building cards. No. Misunderstood. Too bad. So I can either take a second mulligan. I'm going to take the second mulligan. So let's see. My opponent rolls a 4. I just had to have those duos. They were just... This actually worked out okay as far as the cards went, but you're at the mercy of the way the RNG falls for in that second mulligan. And your opponent gets an extra card that way. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. 1 action still to go for this turn. A standalone force card. Extra turn, a roll of 1 for Zeal. So a pair of force cards out there with Private Sarah Vet. And now it's my turn. 2. We'll send out a pair of Igor Bach cards. That's it for my turn. Roll 3 for my opponent. My next broadcast is slated to be this Saturday at noon Eastern for the Blockchain Brawlers monthly tournament. So I'll have that here on NashvilleLou Live. There's 3 of a kind WMD. It's going to take out 2 of my territories. Strong start for Zeal. You can play 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. That one was effective. Okay, there's a 6. Now I'm going to have All's Fair and Turnaround. My own WMD to send that way. So after this, we'll both have 2 territories remaining.
Select target.
Mount up Tanya. Notice a lot of the same territories are coming up here because it's smart to play this in the event you run across somebody playing a morale deck. Like the Port of Carmasani. These are popular for a reason. That low morale damage. For Blitz, to be clear. Three actions to go for me for this turn. I already have a force card out there with Igor. We'll play a pair of Freezing Rainstorms or weather cards. 2 spots open in my war zone with 1 action to go for the turn. Let's play Sergeant Vladimir, and that's going to end my turn. A roll of 4. Three of a kind weather card, so an extra turn for my opponent. Still 1 action to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my opponent's war zone. So a standalone force card. Here's the roll for the extra turn. It's a 5. Three of a kind force cards. Let me down to 1 territory remaining. Two actions still to go for my opponent. So now 2 sets of 2 with the force cards out there. That's it for the turn, but that looms ominous for me. 2. All right, well, I can at least get the 3 of a kind with Sergeant Vladimir Orlov. You're wearing a suit like that. You're not just having a lounging day at the office.
Select target.
No casual Fridays for Sergeant. Vancare Island. And that's it for my turn. So a roll of 3 for my opponent. If there are matching cards drawn there for both of those, well, they're not, so never mind the hypothetical. That could have been enough to beat me, is what I was about to say, but instead a pair of weather cards. 3 sets of 2 in the war zone opposite me, and that 4th spot filled up with a force card. My turn. 4, okay. Oh, some nice time for intel, huh? When your opponent's got 3 sets of 2 out in the war zone, and intel can be a game changer, literally. And you have the option, of course, I can mill 6 if I was going after the arsenal, or it's a discard of 3. Much better to bounce.
Select target.
At least in this case. We'll go 1 of each with the pairs of 2. Private Yvette.
Select target.
Bella Ivanova.
Select target.
A Violent Tornado. One action to go for this turn. And I'll play an XTT APC to end my turn. Roll a 4 for my opponent. Just going to take 2 sets of 3 with force cards to beat me. I'm acutely aware of that. Two of a kind. Agent Zera, then a pullback to open up some room there in the opponent's war zone. One action to go for this turn. Another force card. My turn. 2. As a brutal draw. Okay, I'll play the XTT APC. I'll keep the 4th spot in my war zone open. I might not get another roll. We'll see. This will end my turn. All my opponent needs now is to have 3 of a kind forces. Times 2, essentially. There's the first. I'll have a compromised leader after this. One action to go for this turn. There's a 3rd Agent Zera. That's going to beat me right now. Got that compromised leader, as you heard. So a looming threat, but I'm still in it. Let's see what I can do right here. 3. Look, sometimes you get the breaks in this game, and sometimes you don't. So, I mean, maybe I'll dodge something here, but I've got a compromised leader. I've got nothing. It makes 3 of a kind. And I still think it's better to leave that 4th spot in my war zone open. I really do. And I think ultimately it might not matter that much how much I think about it, because I might not get another roll. In fact, I probably won't. But there's still hope. End turn. I've seen big comebacks happen in this game before. But I've been in this situation with a compromised leader. Your opponent's got a couple of sets of 2 with force cards. Here's a 4. This will probably do it. Always a chance of a 3 of a kind weather. Not going to come to that Agent Zera for the win. All right, good game, Zeal. Zeal victorious. We'll be heading to the prize wheel here in just a moment. Yeah, good game. And so Zeal, that was the QKHNO.wham. That is you, correct? Revenge for Rexy. All right, so I'll bring the slate up for just a moment as I switch scenes. And we'll get ready to take a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. The last time we spun the Warsaken prize wheel, we had a loot pack one. So no loot pack out there for now. However, plenty of nice options here on the Warsaken prize wheel presented by my Land and Alien Worlds Neri 3616. Let's sort it here first and go through it. 5 booster packs. Thank you, Coleman, for sending those to me to give out here live on stream. These epics. A whole bunch of super rares. An Unreal Thermal Ash Successful Mole Hunt from Sean IOP. Ultra rares, very rares. So quite a few options for you there, Zeal. So I'll give this several shuffles, and we'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, congratulations. Super rare Mount Erie gas deposits number 484. So congratulations. Custom TV, thank you for the raid. You're just in time to see a wheel spin. Thank you very much for the raid. I don't have anything set up to properly thank people on screen with a big reaction for the raid, but I'm greatly appreciative. Thank you so much. The queue's still open, so if anybody's wanting to play Warsaken, tonight I'm trying to keep it open later so more people can potentially play that not necessarily can get in earlier with a 4 p.m. Eastern start time. I'm so happy to have you all here. Say EMP discharge on the wheel. All right. So what I'm doing right now is getting the prize ready to send over to Zeal. And so the way I do it here on my stream with Warsaken Blitz, I assure you it's easier for everybody this way, the way it works. I send it on over, that stuff happens off stream because it's the same computer that I use for streaming. And then I bring it up on the other computer for everybody to see and I can show it off. And it helps if I'm looking at the right number. I put in the memo, NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. And we're going to get that sent over to you right now. Okay, so the prize is on its way. The perfect timing there for the song to hit the quiet spot for a moment. The next one gets queued up. I'll bring the slate up. And I'll show you I pull up in my fulfillments wallet. That's fulfillments with an S on the end. It's where I send out prizes that are won here on NashvilleLou Live on the Warsaken prize wheel. So I'll bring the slate down. And there it is. Congratulations. Super rare Mount Erie gas deposits. Number 484. That territory is yours. Congratulations. I've got it noted here for Zeal. I'll go ahead and make a note in my records as well so I have it written down here. All right, so now I'll bring the slate back up for just a moment as we get ready to get back into some more live player versus player competition, Warsaken Blitz. Okay, so let me go ahead and advance the queue. Delve us in. I'm a little bit paranoid when it comes to OBS Studio. The last time I went through and tried to really spruce everything up, I managed to delete everything. I mean, everything. I don't know how I managed to do that. But it took a long time to get it back the way I wanted. So I've been very, almost gun shy about it. But I think when it comes to people, new followers and raids especially, I think to play that up, I can find a way to do that where I don't have to risk accidentally erasing everything. Yes, thank you. Much appreciated. And I've got the code here from Delvis. So I'm going to get that typed in. We'll get the next match going. Okay, like Streamlabs. It's funny for me because I've been in broadcasting 27 years. And there are things that I was very lucky in my career to get opportunities to produce early on. So a lot of technical stuff I didn't have to deal with nearly as often as I might have otherwise had to. And you add into the differences with live streaming.
Warsaken.
And there's a ton of flexibility. I mean, there's many different ways to live stream as there are people wanting to do it. But I'm just used to the very hard and fast rules of television and people being very adamant about certain things. And, okay, so here's a look. Just the 2 force cards, which isn't great. Only 1 building card. I like that. We do have a match with the Intel. It's risky if you take that mulligan. Sometimes it works out, and then sometimes you're doing the click of regret after, because you don't want to start with a worse hand than you had initially if you can help it. It makes that second mulligan very tempting, but if you take the second mulligan, your opponent gets an extra card. And you're stuck with whatever they give you anyway. So roll a 4 to start things off for my opponent. Well, I need to take a look at it. I mean, as much as I complain about, like between OBS Studio and Discord, these things are free to use. So it's really unfair in some ways when I complain too much about them. All right, play a pair of cloud covers. I know what it was like to do radio in 1995 or doing television, especially doing television when I got into that business in 97. Like, my first job in television was video editing, tape to tape, literally, not some sort of figurative, you know, when people are talking about digital video and they say tape, I mean tape, Betacam SP, which it actually was remarkably user-friendly compared with 3/4 inch from before then. So I've seen this from eras ago, and the novelty, I've mentioned this many times, but the novelty of this just hasn't worn off, that I can broadcast around the world for free from my home. These high quality games, I can play against people. We can play whatever you want. The world is yours, and it's a lot of fun. I'm used to some very stressful situations from broadcasting. This is much more fun based, which is great. And you do get some serious stuff with the tournaments, or you get some high stakes matches or whatever, but I don't know. I love it. It's a lot of fun, and it's been a lot of fun here with Warsaken Blitz. Not as much fun getting this 3 of a kind coming my way. I'll be down to 3 territories. Mulligan once. Yeah, I mean, now I have had it work out with that. The second mulligan has given me a substantially better hand, but it's risky. So there's a force to take me down to 2 territories. Like what I was talking about keeping track of my matches. I thought I was already up to date. Oh, no, I didn't update it since Zeal. Proper indication in there now for Delvis. And roll 4. Okay, so I've got a pair of cloud covers out there. Remember, with Warsaken Blitz, it's the category that matters. So 3 of a kind weather, I'll get an extra turn. And you could take 3 extra actions. Almost every time, though, you're going to opt the extra turn. Okay, so 3 actions to go for this turn. Nothing to make 3 of a kind, but a couple of options with the intel. And the architectural plans and the assassination attempt serve the same purpose in Blitz. They're both intel cards. So 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play a fire in the fields. So those are on the, like, this other fire in the fields will go on top of it. They can match up even though they look very different. Extra turn. 5. So now I can go with 3 of a kind with that assassination attempt. Although, really, you should bring your hand down to look at what you've got out there already before you leap. It's not like there's a clock ticking down, although you do want to play in a timely manner. Assassination attempt. I'm going to bounce 3 cards from my... Well, I could force a discard. I like doing that, but it's even better to bounce a card from your opponent's war zone. They've already had to use the action to get it out there.
Select target.
That bot fly is like something from my nightmares. Out. Both of them.
Target.
We'll keep one of Bella around. Well. There we go. 4 actions to go for this turn. I've got that fire in the fields out there. I'll play the second to go with it. A pair of weather cards. 3 actions to go. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 sets of 2 with the building cards. We'll go with the interrogation facility. But again, they serve the same function in Blitz. one action to go for this turn. So I've got weather, I've got building. I'll play a Scent Architectural Plan, and that will end my turn. YouTube videos of me on TV. I mostly worked as a producer. There's a bunch of it. If you want to hear me calling football, I mean, you look up Lou Pickney football or Lou Pickney broadcast. I've done a lot of sports broadcasting and a lot of producing. So it's weird because with broadcast, like as the main play-by-play person, like there have been times I was the only broadcaster. And I'm talking like out-of-town games. Going down to Chattanooga, and if I can't do it, then I let a whole lot of people down. So I took it very seriously, and I always do with these broadcasts. And it makes for interesting contrast with that, and then with this, where I certainly want it to be as entertaining as possible, but it's the stress and pressure in the same. Three of a kind fire in the fields, like an extra turn. But this past spring, did the broadcast for Swanee Tigers men's lacrosse. I had so much fun with that. NCAA men's lacrosse is tremendous. That 80-second shot clock, I don't think the people on TV have figured it out yet. That's going to be a wildly compelling element of it when they really lean into it heavily. Meanwhile, I'll save my TV critiques for later. A pair of freezing rainstorms. And Bella Ivanova out. I tell you, I've been able to broadcast a lot of different sports here. I'm very fortunate what I've been able to do in my career. All right, so I've got three of a kind building cards, so I could go back either weather or intel if I chose to do that. I think that I'm going to go with a pair of Agent Ricos. Two actions to go for this turn. And we'll go with a D24 eyes. And we'll see where that gets me. Opponent's turn. The intel gets some people very angry. But I know how it can be on the other side when you get hit with intel at a most inopportune time with the okay. You're waiting for that next roll. If you get like at least a 3 or a 4, you're gonna do all these things, and then boom, an intel ruins your plans. So building card here. Building cards are very effective against intels because building cards let you bring back cards from your discard pile. And even if it's called a discard pile, but even if it's like where your deck is milled, your opponent plays 3 intel cards and mills 6 cards from your arsenal, which is what your deck is called in this game, into your discard pile. So if you then play a building card, it says bringing back to your hand, and technically you didn't ever have it if it got milled, but same idea. 2. All right, so while I can't play those building cards, I wasn't really in a hurry to do that at that particular point anyway. Play the D24 eye, makes 3 of a kind. We'll go up to the Golden Farmlands. So my opponent's down to 3 territories. I only have 2 territories. 1 action to go for this turn. I have 2 spots available in my war zone. I'll go ahead and play that building card now. That surface to air missile site. And that will end my turn. Those people on the side. Well, it's funny because once you see that fame is something that you can't just turn off, that can be and whatever fame is or isn't, especially in this fragmented world now. But like people in the on-air people in TV, couldn't exactly hit the strip clubs locally. You get some heat for that. Okay, so I rolled a 3. I can play a pair or a trio. I would make a trio by playing a pair of the building cards there. And I would have 1 action left, but I have at least a trio of force cards I could put together. And while I'm not exactly enthused about the idea, I don't have a whole lot of better options at the moment, so I'm going to do that. I click on the correct button, that is. So again, I could go with Intel, could go with weather. I want to go with the D24 eyes. But again, you have to be careful. You put one of those out there, it's not like your opponent's going to be necessarily fooled about it. And yeah, I'm going to take a chance with it. We'll play one. And that's going to end my turn. Roll of 1. So that makes 2 weathers out there to match the 2 force cards. My turn. Okay. I'll go ahead and play the WMD now. Captured leader.
Select target.
Yeah, it's tough luck with the roll the dice like that. When it's several rounds and every time you roll that die, it's a 1 or a 2, it feels like. I don't know how that can be. All right, so my opponent's down to 1 territory. I have 1 action to go for this turn. Okay, I'll play the D24 eye. And that's it for my turn. Five. So that's 3 of a kind with a force. Now we're both down to just 1 territory left. 4 actions to go here for my opponent. Three of a kind with that bot fly force. I'm a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action remains for my opponent here for this turn. A force card. My turn. 6. Okay, I'm going to win it right here, I believe. Play that D24I, makes 3 of a kind.
Select target.
Take out my opponent's final territory.
Compromised.
Compromised leader for my opponent. 5 actions to go. I caught a break with that roll of a 5 there. Like I was saying, those late rolls, you catch one big one that sets you up, that can make all the difference, and that's going to be the match.
Select target.
3 of a kind force is what you need to take out a compromised leader in Warsaken Blitz. All right, good game, Delvisen. So we'll have time for 1 more match before I take my break, which won't be too long of a break, but yeah, the queue's still open. Go ahead and get on in if you want to now. At some point, I will close it because, I mean, eventually I will need to sleep at some point. There are some limits. I can't entirely wear my voice out tonight if I want to have it for the Blockchain Brawlers tournament on Saturday. It's a noon Eastern start time listed for that. And of course, I've had so much fun with Warsaken Blitz. I'm not sure when between now and next Thursday, but I hope I'll get opportunities. I'm sure it's a matter of what I make time for, obviously. But hopefully it works out timing-wise to get some more gameplay on that. It's worked out well for me, Musical Man, as far as taking the breaks. I mean, I have to do some neck stretching from time to time just because of my neck gets out of balance and then I suffer horrible migraine headaches. So that's not any fun. But as long as taking breaks, it helps. I think at some point, I'm bracing for the eventuality that whoever my streaming platform is, if it's eventually they're going to say whether you are an affiliate or not, or whatever they want to call it, we're going to run ads. And if that's going to be happening anyway, I want to try and minimize the risk of people. I don't want people to turn on my stream and get hit with ads immediately. So I'm trying to think of ways to work around that. But even if I never have ads, and I'm okay with the way it is now, yeah, I mean, you got to take breaks. That's like, there was one that I did. It wasn't nearly as long as, it would have been like about the length of what this has been, but I didn't take any breaks. And I was really hurting that night and the next day. And it kind of learned my lesson on that. The breaks have, and it's a chance for other people to know, okay, there's a few minutes where I can step away. I'm not thinking people are hanging on every word per se, but okay, so let's see. I would like to get one more match in before the break here. So Moonbaz Marty. Scrolling up in chat. I don't want to, I'm afraid I might have overlooked somebody. Very much again, thank you so much. Justin, ETV, the raid. Okay, let me try just scrolling back down here. All right, there you are, Moonbaz Marty. All right. So if you've got a code for me, I'd appreciate it. But in my experience, it's been, if I slot it for it's roughly 4 players per hour, it goes a little bit more than that usually, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it depends on the amount of intel being played in a given match. But it's been a fun stream. Gave away a loot pack earlier. Still got a bunch of great stuff out there on the wheel. Thanks to Musical Man for donating that epic that'll be added to the wheel for the next broadcast. All right, got the connect code here for Moonbaz Marty. That'll get us going.
Warsaken.
Okay, making a note there that I'm playing against Moonbaz Marty. Oh, Tech. Tech got the loot pack. All right. So just the one building card, which I like. I've got a matching pair there with a Violent Tornado. I'll keep it. So my opponent will go first. Roll 3. But with television producing, it's, you go in with a rundown and an idea for a newscast, but I compare it to building sandcastles. They're not built to be remembered forever, and you can't have any sort of emotional attachment to your rundown. I've had entire shows get blown out before because breaking news happens, and that's just the way it goes. And that's why some people get into the business. They really enjoy that element of it. And for me, I like having time to make sure everything's right, and then news has the immediacy push. And so that got interesting, but that's where the opportunities were for me. But as I've noted before, being 22, 23 years old, full-fledged producer, and I'm telling people twice my age what to do. When you're in that position, you constantly are going to be tested to one degree or another. So I don't miss that, having to constantly prove myself over and over. That's one, I mean, as much as getting older isn't any fun, there are some perks to it. Roll a 5 for my opponent. Try to look at the bright side on that, since you don't get a choice in the matter anyway. There's 3 of a kind 4, so that'll take me down to 3 territories. Oh, hey, Downtown Detail. Yeah, I'm not set up as an affiliate. Like I've had a standing offer from them for years, going back to before the pandemic. So let's see, 1 to go here for my opponent for this turn. But there are certain issues I have with things with a split in particular. Like if somebody's donating $5 thinking I'm getting $5 and I'm getting half of that, I'd rather just keep it where they don't have to pay anything, and they can watch and enjoy, and I can play some games that I like and chat with people and all that. So, discard pile. Let's see. It's a lot of force, a lot of weather. Oh, wait, what? Did I miss something here? Like, did you make a play and it didn't take the territory out? This is one challenge where I try to make sure I'm interacting with my audience. And even a game like Blitz, where it's more casual, I can... Okay, so it... Oh, that's wild. Okay. Well, at least with the broadcast here... Do you remember which one you targeted? It said it didn't play one of your forces. There was that issue I ran into with in the qualifier round of the tournament against the John Jay I played against here earlier, where it was playing card. The system got a little bit. It seemed like it was something wasn't quite right. It was deciding to play cards for me. I was very lucky that it actually worked out for me, but that could have gone very badly, and I would have been unhappy about it. 6. But that's, I mean, if you played a force, like, again, like I said, I was looking down. It didn't even let you target it. Okay, that's not any good. But we'll have this broadcast. I can bring it to the attention of, I'm not sure who I would tell over that. I'll let it be known on the Discord, and we'll get it figured out, hopefully. They figured out to point out to them where it happened, and maybe they can figure out the why behind it. Okay, before I even played an intel card, I'm even thinking straight here. Okay, so you played... Okay. So, with the 2 sets of force cards played, I should be down to 2 territories, and I'm not. It didn't let you play one of them. That's odd. That's very odd. Okay. Because the question first will be, well, what happened? And I don't know the answer to that. Okay, we'll play the Violent Tornado. That'll give me 2. And... okay, play a pair of Roman's Prototype. This is a weird spot for me, so I feel like a jerk for doing it. If you played force cards, didn't let you play. I'm about to make you discard 3 because wasting it on just 2 cards in the war zone, I don't think it's worth it. But I think that's the only play I can do here that makes sense for me. So that's very strange. Like, the problems I mentioned, though, Moonbaz Marty, I didn't run into those problems when we played. It was just that match against the John Jay. It was just, I think, the 3rd one. And the impression I got was that the system might have had a little bit of a challenge as far as being... It never faced that many people playing at the same time. And I think there was also an AWS outage that might have actually been the responsible part of it. I don't know. I just broadcast and play the games, which... If I can stick to that, I'm in a pretty good spot. The problem is when I try to do my own engineering here as the one-man broadcast machine. Like, if you stick me out somewhere, I've done broadcasting from a lot of different locations. I called a high school football game from a scissor lift. If you can imagine a scissor lift calling a game solo down in Chattanooga, that's back in 2016. So to get to do it from the comfort of my own home, playing the games that I want to, chatting with people, I love doing this. Okay, rolling a 1. Like normally, I mean, yeah, milling in this situation, normally that's an option as well, but this... Okay. Okay, 2 spots open in my war zone. Play the guard tower. And that'll end my turn. Roll 2. But I'd tell you, it was a lot of fun watching the finals on Tuesday for that late tournament that Moonbaz Marty won. There's 2-of-a-kind force. So 2 sets of 2 out there. My turn. So roll a 5. Okay. We'll play triple intel. We'll bounce 3.
Select target.
Renzo, the boss. That's a cool looking card.
Select target.
Agent Zera. Play guard tower. I'm getting paranoid about the count because I know it was off for you before, and I'm like, is that really 1 play to go still? And I think that's the case. I'm gonna not use the action anyway, so I'll end my turn right here. And I won't be able to like diagnose what happened until after the broadcast. I'll have to go back and watch it. Because again, I wasn't paying. Sometimes when my opponent is having their turn, I'm trying to do the other part of the job, interacting with people, making sure the stream's working, making sure there's not an important, urgent message for me in Discord or email or text or whatever. And then I'll look up and then try and make sense of what happened. I roll a 6, so. I tell you what, if this isn't working properly for Moonbaz Marty, we can do a redo for a match if we need to. I mean, these matches are for fun, obviously, but I mean, I say for fun, but also if you win, if you beat me, anybody who beats me gets to spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. So I'm puzzled at what happened just because my attention was diverted when it was going on. And then I saw the note within OBS Studio in the chat window saying that to check the discard pile. And I'm like, why? And yet at this point, there's Moonbaz Marty, all 4 territories still intact. My turn. 1. Brutal. End. So I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Roll of 1. It'd be something if Moonbaz Marty beat me, regardless of that, the force not working earlier. So many 1s. My turn. 2. There's some variety. John Ryder. That's it for my turn. 6. Three of a kind for a WMD. That's going to take me down to 1 territory. I presume that was a weather card. Again, I was looking down for a moment to look up and... Oh, extra turn. 6. Well... At least that WMD out there, that's just in the way for Marty. Because you only play 1 of those per match in Warsaken Blitz. Yet this could still be enough to take me out. That would really be something if I lost to Moonbaz Marty. Even with Marty not getting to play one of those trio forces. And especially if I didn't even take out any of the territories before it happened. And Baz Marty running in chat 6 and 6. Woo! 3 of a kind with the building cards. So 5 actions to go here for Marty. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. Three of a kind force. I'm going to be down to a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action to go for this turn. The WMD can't hurt me at this point, but that could. Extra turn. There's a roll of 1. So only 2 there, but that was almost goodbye and good night for me for the match. My turn. 2. All right. Well, I can take out 1 territory at least. John Ryder.
Select target.
Delphine Bay. Okay, 1 action to go for this turn. And while this is probably going to be it for me, even now, I don't think it makes sense to put anything in that 4th spot in my war zone. So I won't. I'll end my turn. Roll of 2. Moonbaz Marty says 1 away. Alright, so Moonbaz Marty in spite, I don't know what went wrong there. I wouldn't have felt like I had a clean victory anyway if I would have won, so. Luckily, or however luckily it is for me, unluckily, lost the match. Good game. Moonbaz Marty victorious, so we're going to the prize wheel. So we'll take a spin on the prize wheel and find out what Moonbaz Marty has won. I mean, I still want to figure out what happened because there was a problem. The only way for that to get fixed is for me to be able to, or for anybody to be able to explain to the people who can fix it what happened. So I'll go back and watch that later. So I'll go ahead and bring the slate down. We'll remove the last prize from the wheel. So we're now looking at 1 in 44 odds for any particular item out there on the Warsaken prize wheel presented by Neri 3616 in Alien Worlds. 5 booster packs, 3 epics, bunch of super rares. Excuse me, start to my voice tapping out. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Thanks for that. Ultra rares, very rares. Okay, so he said it didn't seem to bug out, just discarded when you played it. Okay, that's, well, at least you know what happened there then on, because I wouldn't necessarily see it on my side anyways. I was saying that out loud and thinking about it. So, well, hopefully whatever the problem is can get figured out. So I'll give it some shuffles here. And we'll give it a spin. Good luck. Moonbaz Marty. Congratulations, super rare Bella Ivanova, number 435. All right. So congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. I'll make a note of that here in my match log. That the super rare Bella Ivanova, number 435. And so now I'll go ahead and send that over to Moonbaz Marty. We'll check it out, and then we'll head into a break. And that break's probably going to be, the other side of that break's probably where I'll close the queue. My voice is starting to give me hints here 5 hours in, or almost 5 hours in, but the nice thing with breaks, a few minutes of a break can go a long way. That was another thing about being in television. I was lucky by not being on air, or if my voice were to go out, or Like, I have a shaved head, and that look would have not worked for me if I were on air in television. But if you're not on air, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I found it right here. Okay, and yes, I was just about to ask you, Moonbaz, on that address. That's the one I have written down there for you. Want to make sure it was correct, and it is. Always, that's something I'm going to double and triple check. I'll note in the memo it's a NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. Transfer it on over. So we'll bring up the slate for just a moment. Once we get this transferred, we'll show it off. We'll take about a 5 or so minute break. And there it is. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. Bella Ivanova Warsaken. Only 500 of these. This is number 435, and it's yours. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. So we're going to head to a break now. See the slate. I'm going to leave the slate open for now. Let me go ahead and advance. Hey, you're welcome, Moonbaz Marty. Thank you for playing. Thanks to everybody for playing and watching. A lot of fun. Vano on the other side of this break will be ready to play. I'll also be ready to go ahead and close the queue at the other side of this break. Get to the other side of 9 p.m. Eastern time. I think that's a reasonable time to close the queue at this point. And still have plenty of action. Probably have a couple more hours with this. Having a blast playing Warsaken Blitz live on Twitch. Thank you for the code, Vano. We'll get to that on the other side of the break. So back in just a few minutes with more live player versus player matches. Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. Okay, back on headset. Ultimate Troll Scambaits. Cookie, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it greatly. It was rough timing for me there, the way it worked out. I stepped out of the room with a quick 5-minute break. Come back and say, oh, a raid. So I appreciate it greatly. I strongly recommend everybody give a follow. Ultimate Troll Scambaits. Cookie is hilarious. If you've ever heard of what's called scam baiting, you get actual real criminals on the phone who think they're talking to potential victims. And it's fascinating. It's a glimpse into a really dark world. And yet people like Cookie, Ultimate Troll Scambaits, are so funny at it that they can take these people and put them in these ridiculous situations. And thanks to the blinding power of greed, it's amazing what the scammers will go along with. And it's hilarious. And it's a really unique thing that I don't have the patience or the skill set to deal with. Certainly not anywhere near the level like a lot of people in that field, but especially what Cookie, Ultimate Troll Scambaits, hilarious. Some of those puppy scammers, oh my goodness, I was rolling laughing. Hilarious. Okay, so let me get us back to the main menu here. I'm gonna have to switch out the slates. I'm about to close the queue. So last call as far as getting in the queue to play. I have to switch actual full files just to make that one line disappear, but that's the kind of convoluted way I have it set up. All right, so I've got queue is closed listed, so go ahead and do that. So if past history is any indication, this will be probably at least 2 more hours, which is great. There's potential to go longer, obviously, but at some point, it does make sense to say, call it a day. So we'll get things going here. Got the code. I have to make sure I put a note of who I'm playing here. Again, it really does, it's a sign of how quickly time can pass when you're playing this game in a good way, as far as keeping track of who I played and when. All right, so taking on Vano. And here we go.
Warsaken.
All right, so I'm taking on Vano. The way it works in Warsaken Blitz, this is a strategy game. You have one leader, 4 territory cards, and then a deck of 60. That deck is called an arsenal. From that arsenal, you will draw at random 8 cards. None of these cards match. You have the option of keeping or taking a mulligan. I'm going to take the mulligan. So it reshuffles and gives you only 1 building card, which I like. Too many building cards early get in the way and clog up the works. 3 of a kind with that is quite nice. I'll keep it. You can take a second mulligan, but if you do that, you're stuck with whatever they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card to start with. So I'm going to keep it. So it's a roll of 6 for Vano. But I tell you what, the Warsaken community has been wonderful. I didn't start live streaming Warsaken until just last month. For me, busy season is through the end of the NFL draft. I've run DraftKing.com for more than 20 years now. And so once the draft is over and then men's lacrosse season, my broadcasting commitments for the University of the South. Sadly, Swanee Tigers lost in the conference tournament final. 3 of a kind weather. So an extra turn here for my opponent. But after that, it's like, May, June, time opens up a bit more for me. And so I started live streaming on Thursdays at 4 p.m. Eastern time with Warsaken Blitz. And the support has been overwhelmingly positive from the community. Whether people are finding people to play against. That sometimes is the biggest part of the challenge with games that are new. And the community's been so good about coming out here and playing against me. Let me know what they want. As far as the, people, you play them live and they beat you, give them a chance to win a prize. Or you do, not just a chance to win, but a chance to win one of many prizes on the prize wheel. And for as much as I've experienced in television and years of insight from consultants and managers and all that, the prize wheel is, as simple as it is, overwhelmingly successful. And I look at that as a viewer watching these back later, which I do. Even the 8-hour broadcast, I watched it all the way through, or at least listened to it. Control the message. Speaking of control the message, one and done for that turn though. And the way it works in Warsaken Blitz, it's a roll the die. You get that many actions and that many cards. So it's a big swing if it goes, say it's a 1 or it's a 6. In this case, a 2. So 2 cards added to the hand for my opponent. 2 actions to go here. That's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 2. Really don't want to put those out there. I know how things go when you put 2 of a kind out there like that. When you really have 3 you're sitting on. And you risk getting hit with an intel. So we'll play that second control the message. Speaking of intel cards. Okay, I'm going to chance it. Play the tsunami. Roll of 6. So 6 cards and 6 actions here for my opponent. We're playing Warsaken Blitz. Started to give away a loot pack from the prize wheel earlier today. 3 of a kind intel. Got 5 booster packs on the wheel. Intel, 3 of a kind. And I thought, here I go again, splitting up 3 of a kind and get hit with an intel card. Instead, it's my arsenal being targeted. Arsenal's your deck in Warsaken. If that hits 0, you get a compromised leader. 3 of a kind weather, so an extra turn. Good grief. 2 more actions to go here for this turn, and then another. Two-of-a-kind weather for my opponent. There's the additional extra turn. 6! Wow. This is not a good spot for me. I still have all of my territories, but that's a lot of cards early for your opponent to have. So 3-of-a-kind building cards. Either intel or weather. The weather could mean another extra turn. No, it's the intel, so I'm guessing. Well, maybe they'll go after my cards in my war zone. I don't know. 3 actions to go here. Three-of-a-kind what? Extra turn. It can get frustrating when your opponent goes on a roll like that and seems to get extra turn, +6. 5,000 in a spin. 2 actions still to go for this turn. Pair of intel cards. Extra turn again. One. But 1 might be enough. 3 sets of 2 out there. Three-of-a-kind weather. The endless turn continues. Again, I can tell I've gone for a long time when I hear the opening music loop back around, but we're more than 5 hours in. And it doesn't feel like it's been anywhere near as close to that long. So a roll of 2. Three-of-a-kind 4, so I'll be down to 3 territories. 1 action to go for this turn after this for my opponent. Three-of-a-kind intel. Course. My turn. 2. Soldier barracks. Back to my opponent. WMD is going to take me down to 1 territory. So I'm down to 1 territory. 3 actions still to go for my opponent. At this point, I almost need to flip the script and go intel against that. Maybe I start milling down. Forget go after the territories. My turn. So I'm down to 35. You got 17 up there in that arsenal opposite me, which is an interesting contrast. 4. All right, go with a pair of G6s. And, oh no, get that off my screen. Not the one-of-a-kind. Come on. There we go, pair of tigers. There we go. Gonna roll another 6. At this point, it actually becomes a bit of a risk for my opponent because, down to what, 17 cards? So down to 13. Maybe a milling could happen, maybe not. Oh, hey, another trio of intel. All right, so 1 each from my trio of pairs in the war zone. 1 action to go for this turn for my opponent. My turn. It's a force card up there. 5. It's just been that kind of match. I'm glad this game isn't normally this frustrating. And yet, I'm not necessarily in a bad spot, as weird as it might seem. Only 13 cards left in that arsenal. 4 actions to go for me for this turn. Let me take that tank out of there. And we'll play a pair of tsunamis. Those are weather cards. 1 action to go for the turn. And we'll take this one-off soldier barracks out of the war zone. That's it for my turn. So I'm in big trouble if I haven't bounced anything. Well, I'm in big trouble, period. I mean, if you haven't noticed, the RNG has been horrible for me in this game. But that's life. 3 of a kind, so I'll have a compromised leader. So all my opponent needs now is 3 of a kind with a force to get the win. Six. Okay. Play the tsunami. That's the obvious first choice. 3 of a kind weather gives me an extra turn. Three of a kind tornado will get a second extra turn. For this turn, 2 actions still to go. See what I need are a whole bunch of those intel cards that I don't have sitting here. Okay, we'll play the G6. Go ahead and do that.
Select target.
Fermi energy plants. What is that one? Oh, Delphine Bay. Okay. It's a cool shot. All right, 1 action to go for this turn. Remember, I've got 2 more after this. Okay. Hacked network. Play that. Extra turn number 1. I've got 2 of these. 1. A4 Revenge Supercarrier. Extra turn number 2. 1. Oh my goodness. Well, Hack network. End turn. There's a 2, but if there's 2 to match that 1 force card out there on the board, that'll be it. 8 cards remain in my opponent's arsenal. Well, there's 2, that's 3. That's going to be the match. That was the most frustrating match I've ever played a Warsaken Blitz. But that's life in this game. Congratulations, Vano victorious. All right, so I'm going to advance the queue, but we'll get to that next match in just a moment. So Vano will go to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a second. Let's find out what you won. Hard-fought match. It wasn't your fault it was frustrating. It's just the way RNG goes. It's unusual for that. That's kind of the point I was getting at there. I caught plenty of breaks earlier today. Good game. Type that there? Yes, good game. All right. So we'll remove the prize that was won on the prior spin. We're now down to 1 out of 43 for any of these particular listings on the Warsaken prize wheel. 5 booster packs. I'm surprised I haven't had any of those hit yet. But there are 5 of them out there ready to give those away. Thank you, Coleman, for providing those. Got the 3 epics, super rares. And from Sean IOP, that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. The ultra rares. And then very rares. Somebody's really revving their engine outside when I can hear it inside my house with headphones on and music playing. That's well, I don't know what to say to that. Anyway, Vano, congratulations on the win. You see what's here on the wheel. Give it several shuffles. And we'll give it a spin. Good luck. And thank you for confirming that with the wax address. Is it going to be an epic? Nope, you still got a very good card there. Super rare. Control the message. Number 459. Congratulations. Yes, thank you for playing. Again, without anybody to play against, there's really not many options as far as gaming with the Warsaken Blitz. So I'm very much appreciative that I have so many people that are excited to play and willing to be patient, because I know it does take time to get through the queue. And there's that balance you try to strike with getting as many people involved as possible, but not rushing past anybody. And again, that's why I close the queue at some point eventually, because I don't want to have exhaustion hit and then I'm shortchanging somebody who waited for hours to play. That's not right at all. So I try to be cognizant of that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and transfer this over. I've got that wallet information, so I know where to send it. Make a note in the memo, NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. Okay, so Tissues, you'll be up next. If you could please provide me with a room code, I would appreciate it. So now we'll see, we'll confirm that the transfer has gone through. And as noted, prizes sent out from NashvilleLou Live come from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. All right. So there it is. Congratulations. Control the message, number 459. I was talking television news earlier today. Know a thing or two about working on a set. We're running the prompter for a newscast. And the weekend anchor had told me during packages to skip through everything. So I was doing that during the week. And a veteran reporter who did not like me zipping through his package gave me an earful after the broadcast. Sometimes you had to learn things the hard way in television. But that's part of it. Anyway, it made me think of that. I never had camo come flying at me in the middle of a broadcast, but never say never in television news. Anyway, congratulations. Control the message is yours. And so now we'll go ahead and get everything set up for the next match. Player versus player action here. Warsaken Blitz. And the queue is closed. So Tissues, if you're here, please provide me with a room code. But we're ready for a room code. So we'll have this next match, and that'll probably be the last one before the break. Depends how long it takes. We'll give Tissues another moment or two, but we were able to play earlier, so if we have to skip on by, I know that at least Tissues and I had a couple of chances face off earlier. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next competitor. Musical Man. Very generous with that donation. That epic card. Ready with the code, thank you. That is a B and not an 8, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll use the camo pack. Camo Ziana.
Warsaken.
Loading. Here we go. All right. Sometimes at first glance, your hand, when you have an all camo deck, isn't as good as you think it is. But 2 sets of 2, no building cards to get in the way early. Let's keep it. But there's so many little things that I love about the design with it. So I get to go. I like that too. I was about to marvel at the card back, so that circuit board design look very nice. So only a roll of 1. I'll play Selfless Hero, a force card. So a roll of 2 for my opponent. That's a pair of force cards to end the turn. My turn. 5. So just the 1 card out there on the war zone for the moment. We'll go 3 of a kind with the intel. Force a discard of 3. If you're going to force your opponent to discard, you want to do it early in Warsaken Blitz. And that's a decision the opponent makes at the end of the turn, at the end of your turn. Still 2 more actions to go for me here. I'll go ahead and play that second Selfless Hero to match the one already out there in the war zone. So 1 action to go, 3 spots in my war zone open. It doesn't matter which weather I use, but here we'll use the Terrifying Storm. And that will end my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having so much fun playing Warsaken with you here today. Done a lot of broadcasting the last couple of days. Had that Blockchain Brawlers tournament yesterday. Finished second in that. And 2 days ago, of course, coverage of the Warsaken Blitz tournament, that late tournament that Moonbaz Marty won. That was a lot of fun. That, as much as that last match was frustrating, seeing Moonbaz be so happy on camera, a legitimate smile and happiness, that is like the opposite of it as far as a very positive experience. Not so positive, therefore, with that WMD taking out 2 of my territories. And then 2 sets of 2 force cards in the war zone opposite me. Musical Man bringing the heat. And then a standalone force card to end the turn. My turn. 1. Well, I'll play the Terrifying Storm, and that will end my turn. 1. So a force card is a standalone there to end the turn for my opponent. My turn. 2. Alright, well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. Already have trio or duo of force cards, duo of weather. Go with another pair of force cards with specialist Chloe Moore. Three of a kind force, I'll be down to 1 territory. I think what really got me that last match was the back-to-back like 6s with the weathers. And then the very end, I get hit on my war zone. It's almost an afterthought where I'd split up a 3 of a kind tsunami. And that was just super frustrating to sit there forever and then finally see it hit at the end like that. Like, come on. And look, that's part of the game. RNG is going to be part of most games. That's just how it goes. But I guess my point of that's not to complain about it. It's to point out normally it's not like that in this game. So it's unusual to have that kind of experience. But it can happen if it does. There's always another game, and I'm having a blast playing this. So Selfless Hero makes 3 of a kind. That's the first course of action here with this roll of 6.
Select target.
Fermi Energy Plants. All right, 5 actions to go for this turn. Nothing that makes 3 of a kind, so we'll play a pair of Specialist Dexter Smith cards. So 2 sets of 2 with Force, a set of 2 with Weather, and although I've got 3 actions to go, I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end the turn. Roll of 1 for my opponent. One. Now there's a trio I don't want to split up at all. At WMD, that's just asking for trouble. So I'm not going to do anything with this turn. I'm going to forego that lone action and end the turn. A roll of 2 for my opponent. A force card, and that's it. My turn. I know, right? Those rolls. Okay, well, I caught it. Bit of a break here. Roll a 6. I'll play this WMD. Take out 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories.
Select target.
With the ion particle camera, my opponent will go from 3 to 1 territories remaining. Three actions still to go for this turn. I already have 2 weather cards out there. Specifically Terrifying Storm weather cards. Play a 3rd, and that'll give me an extra turn. Two actions to go for this turn. Play 2 of the weathers. Even if I roll a 1 here, I can still get an extra turn beyond this one. 6. Okay. This time I caught the break with the RNG. I'm going to play Specialist Chloe Moore.
Select target.
So give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Compromised leader means you just need to make 3 of a kind as far as your force cards, if you can. And luckily for me, I've got 3 nameless soldiers, 5 actions. I only need 3.
Select target.
I wish I had that card. It's very nice, but here I have to eliminate. All right. Good game, musical man. Natha. Okay. So I'm typing quick break. Take a quick break. It's right at 40 past the hour, so I'll go ahead and take a break here. The queue is closed, but everybody in there, hang tight. I'll get to you. I know it says it's open with the chats because I really need to go through and make this a priority as far as not having to change this 3 different times. There. Okay. Queue is closed, to be clear. So a quick break. Natha will match up hopefully on the other side of this break. Back in just a few. NashvilleLou live. Playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. All right. Picked an odd time to hand down the music as the song comes to an end. NashvilleLou live. Acapella version. Playing Warsaken Blitz. I got the code from Natha. And we'll get things going here in just a moment for the next match.
Warsaken.
Taking on Natha. The queue is closed. But I've got Natha, then 4 opponents after that who have been gracious enough to get in the queue and wait up. Remember, people that beat me here on stream in Warsaken Blitz get a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. Earlier today, gave away a loot pack. 2 sets of 2 as far as the cards go, but only 2 forces, 2 building cards. I'm taking a mulligan. This might be what I want. Let me think about this. Okay, no, I won't take a mulligan. Let's see what happens. I'll keep it. I get to go first, which helps. But I roll a 1, which doesn't. Oh, another building card, as I was saying. So I'll lead with an intel, which is kind of weird, but what I'll do, nonetheless, because it makes the most sense. Now, in my turn. It's a roll of 2 for my opponent. So my plan for this broadcast will have this match and then the next 4, and then that'll be it. Pair of 2 with that force card for my opponent. My turn. 2. That's nice, but I'm going to actually wait on that. I think putting that out there in piecemeal style is asking for trouble. Indications from earlier tonight have told me that would be a bad decision, the way some of these matches have gone when I've taken that risk. I normally don't play one-offs like this, but I will here. Sergeant Vladimir Orlov. And that's going to end my turn. 6. So now 2 sets of 2 with the force cards in my opponent's war zone. 4 actions to go for this turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Okay, well, I can play the WMD now. I just felt it was really risky to put it out there. And so it worked out for me to wait. I'll play it now.
Select target.
WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. and Warsaken Blitz. Triton oil fields. Mount up Tanya production site. One action to go for this turn. Now that did open up the ability for me to put building cards in play, but there would be no reason to go back for a WMD since you can only play one per match. I'll play a Z27 Tiger. And that will end my turn. It's a roll of 4. There's 3 of a kind with force. I'll be down to 3 territories. So one action to go here for my opponent. It's an intel card. My turn. 2. Oh. Have that tiger sitting out there. There's 2 more. I'm going to take out one of my opponent's 2 remaining territories.
Select target.
So that's it for my turn. A roll of 2 for Natha. A pair of WMD cards out there. 6. Okay. I can go back for the force cards, play those, all in the same turn, and my opponent will have a compromised leader. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Again, if your arsenal is getting milled, you can play a 3 of a kind, building, and return 6 cards. You choose them from your discard pile. But in this case, I need to get 3 cards from my discard pile to my hand. Specifically, the trio of tigers. 3 actions still to go for this turn, so now I'll play those 3 tigers right now, take out my opponent's last territory.
Select target. Compromised.
So that's it for my turn, but damage done. A roll of 4 for my opponent. That duo of WMDs out there posing quite the threat. So a pullback on the intel card, which makes some space in the war zone with 3 actions still to go. It'll be 3 of a kind building at will. So going back for force. And that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 1. Oh, we'll play a Sergeant Vlad, and that'll end my turn. Roll of 2. There's another WMD 2 of a kind out there. There's some serious firepower opposite me. My turn. 3. Oh, I don't have 3 of a kind. This would have been the perfect time to have that 3rd force pop in, but nope. Okay, so I have 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll play a pair of Igor Box. I mean, I could have played 3 of a kind building to try and go back, but I don't know if that would have been the best approach. I'm going to forego my last action in my turn. Maybe I should have done that there instead. I don't know. Could have gone back for the tigers one more time. It might not matter. Roll a 6. My opponent has 23 cards in hand. All 4 spots in the war zones are taken up there. 3 of a kind WMD, down to 1 territory. And this really could do it here. This isn't hyperbole. 5 actions to go here for Natha. So that WMD out there doesn't mean anything right now at all. 3 of a kind just takes up space. 3 of a kind, force. I'm down to 0 territories, compromised leader. If there's an action to match one of those 2 of a kinds out there, that's going to be what beats me.
Compromised.
It could happen right now. There it will. 3 of a kind for the win. All right, congratulations, Natha. Good game. All right, I'll be taking a spin on the prize wheel here in just a second. Four shuffles. Okay. 4 shuffles it is. So I'll take the slate down. Before we shuffle, I'll give you a look at what's on the wheel. We'll take off the last prize, the Warsaken prize wheel presented by Neri 3616 in Alien Worlds. So it's now 42 prizes remaining on the wheel. We'll sort it here from the top. And many thanks to these booster packs. Thank you, Coleman. The epics, super rares from Sean IOP, that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, still out there. Ultra rares on the wheel, very rares on the wheel. So a lot of different options. 4 shuffles. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good luck. Ultra rare. It came in. Number 183. Congratulations. So we'll get that sent over to you right now, and then we'll show it off here live on the stream. Thank you for playing. Congrats. I started to type it the way I try to say it phonetically, where I understand it's Akane. If I'm wrong on that pronunciation, please let me know. That was my understanding of it. However you say, it's a cool looking card, so we'll get it sent over. There we go, to catch up on something in my notes. NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. Double checking it is this ultra rare. It's a Hex Tech. Akane Ren number 183. And this will be coming from my fulfillments wallet, what I use for giveaways here on NashvilleLou Live. We'll bring the slate up for just a moment. Give me a chance to switch scenes. Make sure that it went through. There's that added benefit. All right. There it is. Congratulations. Natha CGA. Akane Ren, number 183. Only 200 of these. That's some serious stealth going on here with that card effect. And even like the little details, like the reflection right there. Just, I love the little bit of details and just tremendous artwork. It's really nice. So congratulations. That is yours, Natha. Enjoy it. Now, we'll get back to the action. We're starting to get closer to the end of the run here as the queue is closed. So we'll advance the queue. Flaw up next. Ready for a code if you have one. Shorten the queue length a bit since it's closed now. All right, thank you. All right. You have the information here from Flaw to get connected. And here we go.
Warsaken.
That avatar. Dog staring down that knife. Okay, this is nice. 3 of a kind. No building cards in the way. Works for me. Oh, and I get to go first. 4. Well, I got my pick of them. It does get confusing sometimes when I have this one mixed in with the other 3 that are just blue.
Select target.
Mount Uptania. That dog is focused. Okay, 1 action to go for this turn. And so I'll play a Roman's prototype, and that'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 5. Two of a kind force, 2 of a kind weather, and then a standalone WMD. My turn. 2. I will play that second Roman's prototype. 3 spots open in my war zone with 1 action to go for this turn. And again, one of the coolest looking ultra rare cards as far as that particular design and that look. And Agent Rico stands out with that look. And that ends my turn. So it's my opponent's turn. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. More than 6 hours in. It does not feel like I am more than 6 hours in. And the hourly breaks help, but still. It says something about how much fun this game is. I can play for this long and still have fun with it and enjoy talking with everybody and playing the game at the same time. So now a second WMD out there. 1. Okay, well, I'll play that second Agent Rico, and that will end my turn. Yeah, 6 hours is a lot. But I think, to me, it's going to be more than 6 if I end up playing all the way through. We'll probably go to, it'll be close to 11 Eastern. But this is a very casual setup here. If it was high stress, it would be a lot different. So it shows that his flaw's turn waiting to roll the die, so I don't know. That your longest stream is 4 hours and it destroyed. Well, I had one that was a lot shorter than what this has been. I didn't take any breaks and it really caused me some problems. Like neck pain problems, which I have to take very seriously, unfortunately. There are a lot worse problems you can have, but migraines are horrible, so I do everything I can to avoid them. Roll of 1. No play. My turn. 5. I can play a pair of force cards. I could go building. And we'll play the pair of S21Rs. And it's that weird spot here where I don't have 3 of a kind of anything. And there's only 1 spot in my war zone open. I'm going to keep it that way. I'm not going to use any of the remaining 3 actions. And I'll end my turn. Here's the thing. You might think you have nothing now, but if you... It just takes 1 roll, then suddenly you get some of those 2 of a kinds to turn to 3 of a kind, and then... It's a 6. Three of a kind WMD is going to take out 2 of my territories. I'll go from 4 to 2. Five actions still to go for my opponent. Two of a kind weather. Another 2 of a kind weather. So 3 sets of 2 weathers out there along with a pair of force cards. My turn. 6. All right. Well, I can make 3 of a kind here with the S21R.
Select target.
So we each have 2 territories remaining. 5 actions to go for me here. Nothing that makes 3 of a kind. Play a pair of Fire in the Fields, weather cards. And it's that difficult spot where I have multiple actions that I'm not going to use here. I want to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'll end my turn. Roll of 1. With those weathers out there, just take 1 more to make 3 of a kind. And we saw earlier, sometimes that can really cascade, but I caught a break there. Tough roll for flaw. My turn. 1. Well, Lucky me. Fire in the field, so I get an extra turn. Extra turn. 5. All right, so I have a trio of intel cards. Also have building options. Play the intels. Time to bounce 3.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
I wasn't sure which one I was going to leave. I was thinking about going all weather, but I thought, we'll take out the force there because that could adversely affect me as far as my territory short term. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of interrogation facilities. Oh, there's a 6. Well, I was saying the dice not being good tonight, but that can change in a hurry. So a pullback, one of those cards that is split up from the intel play. There's 3 of a kind, 4. Somebody down to 1 territory. 2 actions still to go. So 2 territories remain for Flaw. Only 1 does for me. You can see why I gained a benefit by using the intel on that weather. Luckily, I guessed right as far as that one went. 3. Interrogation facility. Could do that. But no. I'll go ahead and play. As much as I want to wait for the WMD trio, that might never arrive.
Select target.
We'll make use of the 3 of the kind here while we can. Bancare Island. And that's it for my turn. So we each are down to 1 territory at this point. Roll of 1. Oh, a tough roll for Flaw. So it's a force card. My turn. 2. Okay, this makes 3 of a kind here with a Romans prototype. My opponent will have a compromised leader.
Select target. Leader compromised.
1 action to go for this turn. Okay, the interrogation facility. This might be unnecessary. And yeah, I'm going to do it. But we'll go with that one, or we'll go with the tanks. So now it's my opponent's turn. I guess I really did need to. I was thinking maybe I already had a force sitting around, but if I did, I probably would have just played that instead. Would have needed to use the building card if I had 3 of a kind force, I think. Or maybe not if I already had 2 of them out there. It starts to run together, especially at this point in the broadcast. More than 6 hours in, but I'm having so much fun with this. Like at some point I did have to close the queue because think of the quality of the broadcast as well. At some point, start to get diminishing returns, an exhaustion level. The 5. So flaw rolls a 5 here. There's that one-of-a-kind force out there. The others are weather cards. Weather cards can mean extra turns, so not to be scoffed at. Think about the potential of extra turns to get, if Flaw's able to get 3 of a kind with one of those weathers. 3 of a kind with that particular force. And that's where we're going to have 3 actions to go. You can see where I'm going with this. I'm going to have a compromise later. If there's 3 of a kind force up there, I'm in trouble.
Leader compromised.
So if Flaw has 3 of a kind force, that's going to be the match. Of a kind building. Flossing in chat. Haha, nothing can save me. I don't know. I've got a compromised leader. You just need 3 of a kind force to. I was afraid there when that started to show up. Uh-oh. It's a big knockout. But instead I do get another roll. Here's the 6. So I'm going to win the match. I'll let Agent Rico take the win. Again, it's because the background image in the white shirt really pops when it's out there on the. This particular one, the ultra rare.
Select target.
Oh no, you made a mistake? What happened? And from seeing it from only my point of view, sometimes there are things that happen for my opponents that I don't know about. So it's helpful to be able to talk with people in chat. That's part of the fun of this, is if there ever is a problem, or like we ran into earlier with Moonbaz Marty, and whatever went wrong with that match, and I'll look it up later. I mean, Marty still won, which really says something. extra forces and still beat me. A violent tornado. She had more moves. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Again, sometimes there are things where in the moment, as much as I try and keep track of everything, I am also playing broadcast engineer. Good game. Sorry about the bad break with the weather. That's not any fun. Okay. Rexy. You're up next. So we'll have this and 2 more matches to go for this broadcast. NashvilleLou Live, Warsaken Blitz. Rexy is here. All right, got the code from Rexy. Thank you.
Warsaken.
Sorting up the Q box just a little bit. Okay, this will work for me. I've got a pair of forces. Just the one building card. Keep. Yeah, hey, Soul Adrian. Sorry, the queue is closed. I've been going more than 6 hours. Thank you for the follow. Prime Rogue Inc., thank you. It's my turn. Alright, so I rolled a 4. Nothing in my war zone yet. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. So we'll go with 2 pairs of 2 of the forces. We'll start with the H5 dropships. And then go with the selfless heroes. And that will end my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. A roll of 5 for Rexy. So you just woke up. Well, it's funny how times work. I worked overnights for years producing morning TV newscasts. And so the experience I'd have at like meeting up with somebody at 8 a.m. at a coffee shop, my energy level is a lot different than theirs. I might be exhausted but still keyed up. It takes a long time, especially if it's an intense broadcast. Sometimes breaking news gets a bit crazy. 3 of a kind building cards there. Rolled a 3. Okay, so I've got 2 sets of 2 out there. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. I don't know if it's wise to have 3 sets of 2 forces out there. I don't know that it matters per se, but just as well go with a let this guy freak out. Rexy getting stared down by brainwash. And while I have 1 action that I still could take here in this turn, I'm going to opt not to, and I'll end my turn. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. So is that 3 of a kind weather? Roll of 2. The 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. Or did I misread that? Maybe that was the extra turn was the roll of 2. Again, I look over at OBS Studio and I might miss something in the game. Part of the challenge of this. Okay. Well, I would rather not use an intel card yet, but I'm kind of boxed in on that because of what I have available in my war zone. So 11 cards is more than I normally like to have my opponent have if I'm going to use the intel to force a discard of 3. I could go after the 2 that are out there in the war zone, but then I'm not getting full value. So make my enemy discard 3. That happens after my turn ends. 4 actions to go for this turn. And I'm probably not, in fact, I know I won't use all of my actions here. With a pair of ideal conditions, weather card. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, forego the final 2 actions, and end the turn. So now the discard of 3 for my opponent, and then a roll of 1. I'm taking on Rexy. Have this match right here, and then 2 more matches to go. And then that'll be it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. My next scheduled broadcast on Saturday, noon Eastern Time, the monthly Blockchain Brawlers Best event, the tournament. I finished top 3, 4 out of the past 5 of them, so I'm due for an early loss with the law of averages. Plus, I made the finals of yesterday's tournament, but again, I caught some breaks with that. My second round opponent had like real life stuff, like had to put his kids to bed. It was going to take too much time for the allotment of the tournament. So I got to advance because of that. So again, sometimes the accolades might look better than they really are. I'm proud of my performance because I faced some tough people, but I caught some breaks. Anyway, so that's coming up Saturday at noon Eastern. I know I'll be back Thursday of next week, 4 p.m. Eastern with Warsaken Blitz. It's a distinct possibility I'll go live with this multiple times between now and then. We'll see. 4 actions to go here for Rexy. 2 of a kind building cards, make that 3 of a kind. Going back for more weather. Fire in the Fields, which is a weather card, to be clear. And you can tell that by the insignia there. That logo is for weather. A lot of weather out there. Wind and weather. Roll to 3. All right, so I've got 3 of a kind with the building cards. So I could go grab those intels. And with nothing else, making 3 of a kind. A little bit unusual, this particular way of going about it, but this makes 3 of a kind, so we'll do it. Bringing back the brainwash. Now, when you do this, your opponent's going to know, or probably remember, that you've already played them. So be careful about putting them out there like halfway. Like, don't play one of them if you have 1 turn to go, unless you're certain that your opponent doesn't have an intel. I ran into that a couple of times earlier in this stream. It was after I gave the advice not to do it, and then I didn't take my own advice and got burned by it, so... and of course, sometimes it works out. So much is contingent on that roll of the die. Like, there's that roll of 1 for Rexy. If that had been a 6, entirely different matter. Because it's not only how many actions you get for that turn, it's how many cards you get. So you have some big swings with it. So a pullback there for Rexy. Returning a card to hand. Roll of 2. Got 2 of a kind with a selfless hero, so we'll finally get something going with that. As far as the territories go.
Select target.
I have 1 action to go for this turn. Nothing else to make 3 of a kind. I already explained the dangers of putting out part of a trio you've already played. So we have 2 of a kind force, 2 of a kind weather. We'll put 2 more 2 of a kind force out there with the specialist Chloe Moore. Or I'll put 1 of them out there, because that's all I have for this turn. So roll of 5, then 3 of a kind weather. So extra turn. Pair of intel cards. 6. Uh-oh. Three of a kind weather. Means an extra turn for my opponent. 3 actions still to go for this turn. With 3 sets of 2 out there in the war zone opposite me. WMD times 3. It's going to take out 2 of my territories. With the extra turn, a roll of 1. 3 of a kind intel. Will my war zone be targeted or will my arsenal? I'm guessing my war zone, but it could be either. Okay. They cleared out a bit there for my war zone. Again, that's why I didn't put that brainwash out there halfway. 1. I'll actually bring that ideal conditions card back to my hand, and that'll end my turn. 2. Pair of intel cards. My turn. 5. Okay, 3 of a kind weather I can play. Got the intel. But I'll start with the weather. In this situation, if you gotta choose between weather and something else, usually you want to go first with the weather, because of that extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. And while I've spoken about the dangers of putting out like 2 of a kind when you've got 3 ready to go if you can get the actions, in this case I know I've got the extra turn, so even if that's a roll of 1, I can still play the intel cards. Extra turn. 6. Okay, all sorts of stuff dancing around. So a lot of intel I could use here. WMD. Okay. We'll start with the WMD.
Select target.
Remember, the WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. Only play 1 WMD per match. Warsaken Blitz. 3 actions to go for this turn. I have 1 dropship out there, but that's not all that relevant at the moment. Brainwash, I'm going to bounce 3.
Select target.
1 of each.
Select target. Select target.
All right, 2 actions to go for this turn. I'll play that second H5 dropship. 1 action to go. Flip it around like a board on the $25,000 pyramid. 1 action to go here. Specialist Chloe Moore. And that's it for my turn. This is Warsaken world. We can't sleep. Roll a 4 for Rexy. It's worth noting Rexy's down to 16 cards in his arsenal. If your arsenal hits 0, your leader becomes compromised. That probably won't matter since the objective for me is to knock out that final remaining territory. But it's something to keep in mind nonetheless. Well, there's 3 of a kind the hard way. Able to bounce 1, but and you've got 4 of a kind in a deck, which you really should have, all 4 of a kind. You can't have either 3 or 4 of a kind. I would advise against 3 of a kind. That cleared the queue for me. Open up some space up front. So my war zone is empty. 2 actions to go here for this turn for Rexy. Two of a kind force, and that ends the turn. My turn. 1. Well, we'll have some instigated riots. I like the effect of the flame. The camo comes and goes. Kind of a cool look. And that's it for my turn. Playing Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. It's really fun for live streaming. I mean, don't listen to my words. Look at my actions. More than 6.5 hours in on this. Having a great time. It's a roll of 2. It's 3 of a kind with a 4. So I'm down to 1 territory, just like Rexy. One action to go for this turn for Rexy. So a force card, and that ends the turn. My turn. 6. Okay. Okay. Play the trio of specialist Dexter Smiths.
Select target.
Take out my opponent's final territory.
Compromised.
Play the other 2 instigated riots. I could go for a mill of 6 here. Well, that would be pointless, though. If I didn't already have the territories knocked out, I'm going to bounce 3.
Select target.
There's no point in taking it down to 0 unless you're just trying to mess with your opponent's cards as far as their ability to draw. Which maybe that's an idea to keep in mind, but I've never really explored that part of it.
Select target.
It really doesn't come to that.
Select target.
But again, with limited cards anyway, that's going to potentially create some problems for my opponent. 1 action to go still for this turn. Play a hyper defense barrier, and that's going to end my turn. Hello. I was making a point just a couple of minutes ago. I mean, I could talk all day about how much I enjoy playing it, but look at my actions. More than 6.5 hours with this stream, and I'm still having fun with it. Although maybe fun time's over. 3 of a kind force is going to have me with a compromise later. If Rexy has another 3 of a kind force up there, that's going to do it.
Compromised.
And 3 actions to go. 16 cards for Rexy. Building cards. So 3 of a kind building cards, and you would imagine that this is to go get a trio of force cards. My turn. 1. Oh my goodness. Although it wasn't like I had 3 of a kind with a force anyway. Okay, I'll play a second hyper defense barrier. And I've got to hope that Rexy rolls a lower than a 3. Otherwise, that's the match. That's really what I'm looking at. Well, let's see if Rexy has a 3. Oh, it's a 2! Oh my! Oh my! Oh. Yes, I did see your DM. I wanted to give that proper time and consideration to my reply, because I think there are some very good ideas. I wanted to see how the tournament went this week with Blue Mint. I think there were a lot of positives with that. Let's see if I can get something to get the win here. Uh-oh, a 2. Oh, I needed 3 and I got 2. Now I've got the forces to do it. I don't need to worry about going back in my... Oh my. Yeah, I don't think this is not... Well, we'll see what happens here, but I don't know. 3 of a kind, nameless soldier, but I'll play 2. And that's it for my turn. Hey, Novo Pangea, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Appreciate it greatly. Had a long stream here today, still going strong here. Playing Warsaken Blitz. Roll a 6. This is going to be it for sure. You would think Rexy just needs 3 of a kind force to beat me. Although 0 cards left in the... Oh, there's 3 of a kind force. I was wondering there for a second. It's like, uh-oh. Did we hit the... Sort of the kill screen glitch, but in this case, 3 of a kind with a force gets the win. Good game, Rexy. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Novo Pangea. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. I appreciate it. So, I'm going to hit next in the queue, but up next, we're going over to the Warsaken prize wheel. So, Delvison, in a moment, I'll need a code from you, but what I'll do now is bring up, just for a moment, I'll bring up the slate. I'll make sure the Wheel of Names is ready to go. Wheelofnames.com is what I use for the Warsaken prize wheel. And that, for all my years in television experience with producing and broadcasting, the Wheel of Names is something I saw other streamers with Warsaken Blitz do. I thought, this works really well. Let's try it. And it's been a great success. And so I found that the more that I can actually listen to what other people are doing and ideas that might work for me, that the better. So here we go. Just had an ultra rare. That was 1 on the last spin, so we'll remove that from the list. So we started with 50. I gave away a loot pack earlier. I only had that hit on the wheel. We got 5 booster packs out here. Epics, super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, Sean IOP, ultra rares, still some on the board there with those, and then very rares. Let's see. I'd be glad to mod you. Let me go ahead and figure this out because I want to do that. It's funny though. For whatever experience I have with broadcasting, it doesn't always translate to me understanding things that are more basic to, I think, the average streamer as far as like Twitch and so mod username. Okay. All right. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for helping out with that as far as getting those links posted. So, okay, all right, so I've got the code from Delvis. We'll go to that in a moment. So Rexy, we're going to have the wheel spin here in just a moment. And it's the, Rexinator 123, right? Or the address. Okay, so I'm going to make sure let me double check that I didn't miss anything here. Okay. Well, I'll make sure you get several shuffles here, Rexy. I mean, you've seen how this prize wheel can give off some nice gifts. Oh, you won a loot pack in the past. No loot packs in the mix here. A lot of shuffles. Here's the spin. Good luck. So we'll have 2 more matches coming up here with Warsaken Blitz before this broadcast ends. All right, congratulations. A very rare ES4 Desert Bighorn, number 850. So congratulations, Rexy. I'm going to get that sent to you right now. And remember, prizes sent out from NashvilleLou Live come from my Fulfillments wallet. Fulfillments with an S. I'll have to make sure I pull up the proper Desert Bighorn. Part of why I put the mint numbers on there. You are winning that specific one. And also make sure that I send out the correct one. All matches up, so. In the memo section, I'll note NashvilleLou Live prize with today's date. All right. Oh, hey, no worries, Rexy. You saw right there, you got that prize right there. So I'm sending that to the Rexinator123, NashvilleLou Live prize. So one of the fun things we have here with NashvilleLou Live is that after somebody wins a prize in the prize wheel, we get to show it off and check out the prize and see. This shows that, in fact, yes, I did send it. And the person got it, and it shows what it is. There's some great artwork here in Warsaken. All right, there it is. Congratulations. There it is, Rexy, the ES4 Desert Bighorn. It's a force card. That one is yours. Congrats. So now we'll go ahead and get back into the action. 2 more matches to go here before say goodbye for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. Thank you for playing, Rexy, and everybody. I appreciate it. Again, without the support of the Warsaken community, I wouldn't have a show. I've mentioned this before. It's like Ric Flair versus a broom was a euphemism for pro wrestling in the 80s. Like, Flair could get a good match out of anybody, but that was a euphemism. He didn't actually wrestle a broom. You had to have somebody to play. And so having people to play is very important, and it's been very helpful to have so many great people from the Warsaken community here to play. Saying hello here, hello. There is the challenge with these live broadcasts and making sure I don't miss anybody. Do I play Novo? Yes. Yes. But I'll put Shadow/Water Realm. If I start explaining that too much now, I'm going to get sidetracked. But much love for Novo Pangea. Enjoy that game. Obviously enjoy Warsaken. You can tell I'm playing it now. So I've got to find here in chat where I had the... There it is. I got the code from Delvis. So we'll get things going here with this next matchup. In Warsaken Blitz, it's a simplified version of Warsaken. It's easy to watch, it's easy to play, it's a fun game, and there's some amazing artwork in this game. Now, granted, sometimes it's
Warsaken.
rather horrifying because you're talking about a game about war. So the artwork never strays towards anything silly. This is serious business. That's why I like my Be Right Back image. I'm not smiling in that. It looked out of place when I tried, smiling broadcaster Lou. It had to be kind of like serious, ready to go Lou to really match the look. This is ready to go, as in keep. Only 1 building card, 2 sets of 2. Now, only 1 force. I don't like that. But I'm going to keep it. So for Warsaken Blitz, it starts with, you have 1 leader, 4 territories, and then a deck of 60. That deck of 60 is called your arsenal. At random, you're dealt 8 cards from your arsenal to start. You can accept them, or you can take a mulligan, where it shuffles them, and then you get another 8. And you can either take a second mulligan, where you give your opponent an extra card, and you're stuck with whatever they give you, or you keep that mulligan. So some options there. That's how it starts. So 2 of a kind force for my opponent in the war zone. Rolled a 3. Well, easy enough to show how this starts. Nothing in my war zone. 3 of a kind is how you activate a card from your war zone in Warsaken Blitz. 3 of a kind. It would be redundant to take +3 actions. There are specific times you might need to do that. Normally, you want that +1 turn. Here's the turn, because when you roll a die on your turn in Warsaken Blitz, you get that many actions and that many cards. 6. Let's look at this. 6 cards. So RNG can play a factor at times with this. So I'm going to do a 3 of a kind intel. Now, a lot of times I like to bounce cards from my opponent's war zone. If I were to be going after my opponent's arsenal, you can try and mill your way down to 0 cards for your opponent. That compromises their leader. But in this case, I'm going to force only 8 cards up there. I'm making my opponent choose from it, but they have to discard 3 from their hand at the end of my turn. 3 actions to go still for this turn. Play the pair of assassination attempts. Those are intel cards. Really nice looking cards. With 1 action to go for this turn, nothing matches. And I'm actually not going to use this last action here, so I'm going to end the turn. Yeah, I really like Novo. I got distracted there. The roll that I have won. Yeah, I think I've got Shadow 9, because that's where I started. And then, but most of what I have in Novo is over in, I think, Water 5, District 5. There's 3 of a kind. I've been in tournaments all week. So 3 of a kind there takes out one of my territories. Five. Like, I need to get 1 more shadow skilled worker. Like, it irks me because I'm just 1 off on it. And unfortunately, that's the most expensive. I want to do, like, trade one if I got for a realm that I don't have any holdings in, but that's on me to put together. And probably when it's hard to make a case for when shadow's the most expensive out there. Anyway, back to this. 5 actions to go for this turn. Sometimes I can confuse myself by putting in cards that match but don't look alike. But it is a way to show off some of those rarer cards that I don't have in large quantities. There are only 10 of these, period. So I've got 1 of them. So in this case, the smoke goes with the blue. That's the way it works. 3 more actions to go for this turn. I'll play a pair of ideal conditions. I hit the double, and then I hit the single, and now it's like, that was odd. But it ultimately did what I wanted, which is the important thing. So I'm going to forego that last action. I'll end my turn. Keep in mind, you only have 4 slots there in your war zone. Multiples of the same card count for just 1 slot. So that's why I'm very hesitant. You might wonder why I would pass up actions instead of just throwing something out there. Well, part of the reason, making space in case I roll a 3 and get 3 of a kind that I want to play right now. I mean, try to will it into existence. Nevertheless, I'm getting my 3 of a kind anyway. Intel cards, assassination attempt. A bounce 3, 1 of each.
Select target.
The G6 R75.
Select target.
Oh, you're in Water 5 as well? Great. Bounce into the Violent Tornado.
Select target.
And then Terrifying Storm. 2 actions still to go for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. A pair of force cards, a pair of weather cards. Play a second pair of force cards here with the W1 MGs. And that's it for my turn. So it's a roll of 3. So some adjustments there for my opponent. 2 of a kind with a force. And you can pull a card back from the war zone But that takes up an action. That's why I'm hesitant to do that. 4. I already have 2 of a kind out there with the D24i. 3 of a kind with a force will take out an opponent's territory.
Select target.
Go after the energy plants. Alright, so both my opponent and I have 3 territories remaining. I've got 3 actions to go for this turn. I can use a building card here and go back. I wanted to go intel, force, any number of options. I go weather, so I will use this here, but I'll go for the force. Return of the Smoky Boat. And that's it for my turn. Thank you for the follow, Optic Red Rum. Thank you. Thanks to everybody, all the follows. Everybody taking the time to play, to watch. And it's very much, this is not like you must watch this from start to finish or you'll miss important information. Kind of the vibe with this is people can, now some people, there's a bit of a wait if you get in that queue, but 3 of a kind force is going to take me down to 2 territories. But it's definitely a slower paced vibe, and it reminds me of in college at the University of Evansville for WUEV radio, I called a lot of baseball. Even had to call some solo. That's difficult because baseball is very slow paced and very much storytelling. And if you're doing radio, you can't just sit there on a slate on a full screen. You have to keep the proverbial ball bouncing. And it wasn't as easy back in the 90s to get information from the NCAA about certain teams. So I rolled a 2. There's a risk if I put part of a matching 3 of a kind out there that it could get targeted by an intel attack. Only 7 cards up there, but that doesn't necessarily matter. I'm not going to go with that because those have already been played and returned. We'll go with the Roman's prototype. 2 of these, and that'll end my turn. So roll 3. I'm staring down 4 sets of 2 opposite me, but it's my turn. 1. Well, I can make 3 of a kind with a Roman's prototype. I'll take out one of my opponent's territories. They'll be down to 2.
Select target.
And that's it for my turn. So it was a retrieval of weather cards there for my opponent. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. 3 of a kind building, going back for more. I wonder if they're going back for that one. That would be my guess. So 1 action to go here for my opponent. There's that 3 of a kind, what I tell you. Mikey Dub B, thank you for the follow. So a roll of 5 there, 3 of a kind, 4. So I'm gonna have a compromise later.
Compromised.
2 actions to go, a pair of weather cards. That's it for my opponent's turn. This might be my last roll of the match. 6. Didn't get the WMD. What could have been? However, we'll play that third W1MG.
Select target.
All right, 5 actions to go for this turn. I'm gonna fall just shy on this, I think. In fact, I know. But nevertheless, Agent Rico.
Select target.
But now here's the problem. 2 actions to go. I don't have a third ideal conditions to play.
Compromised.
So leader compromised, but my leader's compromised. And I basically would have to hope that my opponent rolls a 2 or a 1. Or somehow doesn't have 3 of a kind for a force. Or otherwise, my goose is cooked. And there is a risk in splitting up 3 of a kind, but the bigger risk is running into a trio of force cards here. So let's see what the roll is here. 3. If there's 3 of a kind force up there, that's going to be the match. 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. One each with force cards. A roll of 1. So I will get another roll. I'm going to win the match here. Unless I'm overlooking something. There's only need 1 more force card to play to win. Wow, I caught a break. And making sure it's the correct one. And it is.
Select target.
Good game. Very close. All right, so we have 1 more name left on the board. Game 5, 420. You there, please provide me with a room code so we can get connected. More than 7 hours in, so if you're there, Game 5, let's definitely get a code going. If not, then that'll bring us to the end. But what a broadcast this has been, huh? Gave away a loot pack. Had some fun matches. Yeah, great battle. Great battle, Delvis. And what it came down to there at the end was just that roll the die. Thank you everyone for watching and playing. Yes, Game 5, 420. Do you have a game? Or, do I have a game? Look at the name. Do you have a connect code? Like, if I have to, I can provide one. I just don't have the capability with my setup to copy and paste. That's why that whole thing I was joking about with the 0dB or ODB earlier. Because I actually do have to type it in the way I've got it set up. I mean, this is not a bad spot for me to wrap it up, but I want to give if somebody's been waiting a long time, I'd hate to like end it and then have them come in like a minute later, but no. But We'll give just another minute or two here. Give me a chance to talk about what I have coming up broadcasting-wise. On Saturday is my next scheduled broadcast. That's slated for noon Eastern. Blockchain Brawlers having its monthly tournament. I finished top 3 in 4 of the past 5 monthly tournaments. I finished second in yesterday's Blockchain Brawlers tournament, which probably means I'm due for an early loss, the way luck of the draw goes. But yeah, I've not won a single one of those tournaments, so it's a really interesting spot as far as, let me know when you actually win one, pal. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and say GameFi 420. I'm going to have to say that's going to be queue closed. I'm going to hit next, and that's going to be it. Okay, so I'll bring up the slate. So this Saturday, noon Eastern, right here on Twitch, NashvilleLou Live Tournament Edition. See if I can finally win one of these Blockchain Brawlers tournaments. See if I take an early loss. I want to see if I can keep it going. Another top 3 finish if I can, but it's tough. A lot of competition there. Then I don't know when I might broadcast. I don't want to promise anything because I don't know that I will, for sure. Scheduling can get interesting. We'll see how my voice is feeling tomorrow and then after the Brawlers tournament. But this week I was very happy with the Blue Mint tournaments. I know they're still doing events for Game Fest this week, the Atomic Hub Game Fest. I've had a lot of fun. I mean, my specialty was earlier in the week, last couple of days, between Warsaken Blitz and then Blockchain Brawlers. So for me, it's more viewer at this point with that, but they did a wonderful job and were very helpful and very accommodating to me when I didn't necessarily have things set up to where I could do them the way that they wanted as far as like communicating with Discord, my old buddy Discord. But yet I saw with that tournament what was possible if you have Discord for communication. And with it, they did a great job of helping to facilitate that. And then having the tournament tree where you could see it on Blue Mint's website and follow it in real time. And I think we need more of that with gaming. The more that you can do and celebrate, that to me is where there's going to be a lot of potential, especially when you can do like live look-ins. But with most of these games, you have to get them developed first before you want to have it where people can watch them. It's obvious progression. So all of that comes into play. Okay, so Sean IOP's live. Okay, great. I was going to say my next move was going to be, okay, where do I go from here? Because so many people have been generous with taking their time to watch. I greatly appreciate the raids. Everybody from Ultimate Troll Scammers, or Scambaits, excuse me, Cookie, as he's known. There's Novo Pangea in there. Custom ETV. So I'm going to go ahead now and on a screen that you can't see, unless I really mess it up, but actually I don't even have to do that. Okay, I will have to load up a different browser here, I think, so. But I think this will let me get into Twitch. I mean, I can walk over to my other computer, but then I'm putting the headset down, and it's a whole thing. Trying to make a smooth transition here if I can. Okay, I see Sean IOP on there, so that will work. So I'll be able to set that up. So we'll go in just a moment here. We'll do a raid over to Sean IOP. I'll do the, what they in TV news call a SIG out. I'll say the goodbye for the VOD version that'll go up later on YouTube, and then we'll go ahead and round over to Sean IOP. So thank you for letting me know that. Thank you for letting me know. Exclamation point. As much as I try and be a level-headed broadcaster, and whenever things go crazy, as much as possible as a broadcaster, you always want to try and keep your cool, because you're the one trying to explain to other people what's going on, even if you're amidst the madness. So that's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.